ones that have comments. The ones that don't have comments are fed through into our reports later, so I don't think we need to go through all them one at a time. Just taking the submissions as read, and so apart from the real high level messaging coming through, what I'll be looking for councillors is if you need anything extra from staff to come through for next week when we give the key directions. So today is about the submissions. We move on to the key directions next week. There is a report that we've got in front of you, or which has picked up some of the things that have come from submissions that could look at being extra costs and what they could look like built into our budget. So I'll pass on to Mandy very shortly. And basically the first thing is to get through submissions, and if we have the time, we'll come back to that report. Otherwise, we'll be feeding that conversation into the key directions meeting that council has next week. So Mandy.
Thank you. You'll see on your tables, everybody, there was an updated report placed there. And just to acknowledge that when the report were run through, there were 27 submissions that were omitted from the earlier report. They just went into a black hole of a time period where they didn't get pulled through. So I apologise for that. Unfortunately, in the haste, we have just omitted that until our discovery this morning. So the report that's on your table is an updated analysis of what is now 580 submissions to the annual plan. So yeah, a really good number of submissions there, which shows the level of importance that this has resonating with our community. I will take the report as read in the light of time, but just noting as well, in that report, we have the analysis there of the submissions, the 580 received, and then there was the other submissions received to the annual plan, which weren't necessarily to the consultation topic. And then on attachment 2, you will see there is ML's identified annual plan submissions with a financial impact. So that's requests from through submissions for additional funding. And then attachment 3, Amanda will just highlight what that is, but again, we'll move on to submissions. But
yeah, so this is just a high level showing. So back in March, April, there has been quite a few tweaks to our capital program. A lot of it is just finalising the carry forwards. So where we back in March trying to guesstimate what projects were going to be complete and how much was going to be outstanding at 30 June was quite difficult. So we can make a more accurate guess now that June's just not far away. So there's a bit of a tweak there in carry forwards, and I've outlined what the changes are there, plus those extra changes column has changed a little bit as well due to clearer guidance around the water standards. We've had a bit more certainty around where those standards have fallen and what options we've got and timing wise. So yeah, that's all outlined in detail there. Sorry.
So yeah, we'll need some direction for that ahead of key directions. Next week we'll finalise firmed the key directions, but I'll move over to Mel to start running through those submissions, and we may get a chance to come back to these at the end if that's what Mel.
Yes, Councillor Hopkins.
Well, I'm just sorry, can we just get some feedback on your carry forwards now? Because I'm just looking at the water space. It looks to me as though you're saying there's $4 million of projects to be carried forward or added that weren't in all of the original budgets that we took to the community, but offsetting that is for 2.6 to 8, something in the order of 9.4 million to be deferred, 9.5. So is the net reduction in budgets $5.5 million?
In terms of Three Waters alone, yes, that's true. So there's three different standalone tables there. One is the snapshot from the slides from March, April council workshops. Then there's the middle table shows the current situation, and then the bottom table just shows the net changes. So in terms of Three Waters, we've added circa 2 million worth of carry forwards. It's largely the Oamaru Rural Water Main renewals. It spans balance date, and a lot of that cost isn't going to be carried out until after 30 June. And then you recall when we first talked about this program, we had circa 10 million that was extra Three Water projects that needed to be added as part of our discussions with DIA, trying to get our water services delivery plan firmed up. And a lot of those had uncertain timing, uncertain amounts. So we've just clarified the rules around those a lot more. I've bullet pointed those down the bottom, which you pointed out total 9.5. So the water strategy source resilience project, water treatment plant capacity project, some desludging related projects, also the UV upgrades. We've realised that we aren't required to do the full extent of that. And so the net of all of those changes, 2 million extra carry forwards, taken off 7.5. So Waters has reduced by 5.3. In terms of the entire program, it has reduced by 4.5 million from what we saw in March, April.
Well, again, may I just pursue, I notice you're saying under 3 that the Oamaru freezer building project and removal of the aviaries in the garden are now carried forward. I would submit that that means we can revisit the Oamaru freezer building project and decide if the new council is willing to spend the
Okay, I'm gonna
200,000 that was voted last year.
tell you in on that at the moment. We need to get onto submissions, and this is a conversation.
Sorry?
We need to get onto submissions. That's a conversation for today, and we'll be setting the key directions next week. Otherwise, we're going to run right out of time. So I'm moving us now onto submissions.
Okay.
And as mentioned earlier, we will jump through the ones that didn't have comments on them. We have got them that have been outlined in our papers. So in your booklet 1, councillors, I'll move you on to page 56, which is Michelle Fay O'Sullivan. I'm just going to run through them with what the high level messaging is from that. And if there's any particular information councillors need from staff in order to step into the conversation next week, then I'll look for you to let me know. I'll probably be flicking through them, so if I miss you, please do call out. We'll try and keep moving, and if my voice does fail, I've got a Hannah sitting next to me to give me a hand. So Michelle had very much in the reducing our own costs and looking at the number of staff per rata of population. Moving on to Hamish Mackay, who didn't agree with any of the options put and was talking more than 7%. And very much talked about the cost of living increases, which I guess
Excuse me, Mel, just to note, the pages, page 56, it's actually page 74 on your docs on tap. We didn't realise it was going to be
sorry,
conflicting.
I've downloaded something here because my thing kept crashing.
Right, so it's
Um,
page 74 on
page-
docs on tap if that's where anyone's looking.
So 56 was the number at the bottom of the page, but it's not the same. So I might be confusing things here, but I can't switch over. Councillor Hopkins, being mindful of time, please.
Yeah, look, I just want to raise a matter, where with, I respectfully disagree with the analysis of officers, in terms of the response that people have provided us. I have gone through these, and for people like Hamish Mackay, it's not correct to say there's no answer. He says he doesn't agree with any of our options, and then opts or promotes a 7% increase. Now, I've actually, in my calculations, worked out how many people on the two booklets have actually advocated for none of our proposals or rate increases of 0, 7 or 9%.
So Councillor Hopkins, I'll just pull you in there and just say, that's really good. And maybe you could share that with councillors so that when we step into what I'm saying is online, because we need to get on to the getting through the submissions. If we're quarter of an hour in and we haven't finished more than 2 submissions and we've got 600 odd to get through, just under. So I'm trying to pull you in saying you've taken it as different to what the council paper has. So I'm saying share that information on email with your councillors and we'll be able to take that into account when we discuss, because it's not going to change the conversation now as to what extra information we need from staff. So back to Hamish Mackay, talking about the cost of living crisis and basically looking at what we can trim out of budgets. Move into Jeremy Ingle, is also talking about spending habits and looking at what's important versus what is non-essential. So Ellie Johnson, who understands the pressure of rising costs, has chosen the 19%, but does look for costs where costs can be reduced and spending can be reduced. Felix Keys at 19%, but is not all that happy with the way Ratepayers' money has been managed. John Pallentorp at 27%, middle ground to cover the upcoming inflation rise. Renee Collender at 19% is a massive stretch. So essentially she is saying she supports the 19, but she wants to really highlight that that's not an easy stretch for our community. Raylene Mulligan wanted to cut down on staff and CE and money wasting. Johannes Jan Brunisi is also talking about decreasing expenditure and chose the 19%. So I am flicking through these fast, but I think it's important just to show they have been read and seen by our councillors, but we can't obviously spend a huge amount of time on each one. Danny Webb has chosen the 40, well, no, he mentioned the 45%, and that's probably one we need to change in our feedback, because I don't feel like he was quite there in his commentary, so it's hard to know if that was, but essentially saying we're bankrupt, and I'd probably push back on that, but but take the point behind, or the sentiment behind it. Matt Menzies is also talking about cutting staff or salary. Chris Brown, concerned about the lack of.
Madam Chair, the question of council salaries is a recurring theme in a lot of these submissions. It is time, I think, that we actually grasp the nettle and made perhaps another specific attempt to explain the whole issue of salaries, how it goes back to 89, Labour legislation. There's clearly a disjunct between what the community believes is appropriate and what the sector is paying. And we need to explain that better than we have to all the people who've raised it as an issue. Because I think to some extent they're focusing on something that is probably a problem, an issue, a challenge for every council in the country.
Yeah, no, understood. Moving on to Chris Brown, who's concerned about the lack of rubbish and public transport, and gallery and sports centre weren't supported. Lorraine Marriott has a written letter there talking about the increases in costs across the board, asking if any expense can be evenly distributed across ratepayers, and talking about the fact that the council has more in Oamaru than Timaru, and just being clear. And I think we've got some of that on our website. If not, we might have to, because it's actually not correct, that saying, that assumption, and it's come through every once in a while. Moving on to Scott Varan at 19%. But he doesn't think that the rate rebate scheme is our get our free card, and he thinks that it's being used like that a wee bit. I guess it's making sure that we make the most of the the rates rebate scheme, but recognising it absolutely has its limitations in that. And that's that body of work we can do as well, as around how we wrap things around people that are struggling, which doesn't fix the problem, but it goes some of the way. Doesn't like the blame of central government decisions, and essentially talking about what incentives we can offer businesses to grow our town. So a fair bit in that one there. Catherine Ward, talking about the rebate scheme, not equaling a quarter of what they actually have to pay, just recognising again that has its limitations. Nicole Irene Phillips, ratepayers have to accept a substantial rate increases. She's talking the 28%, and also then that we need to be finding substantial savings in that. Andy De Boer,
Madam Chair, I just again, he is described as providing no answer, but the first sentence says, none of the above, I vote for the figure arrived at in 2025, 7%.
yeah, no, and we've heard you on that. So picking that up for Councillor Hopkins. Andy talking about curbing spending, cutting costs, and a hiring freeze.
I'd just like to let Councillor Hopkins know that there is proposed alternatives in the analysis where no option was chosen, but they talked about a different rate. So it's categorised on that analysis there ahead of the analysis of other submissions. So that has been accounted for.
Thank you, Mandy. Appreciate that. Richard Cruz is angry, and he's talking about reducing staff levels. Casey Dallimore is wanting pay cuts, job cuts, and stop spending money. So we're getting quite a number that are heading in that same direction. Julie De Boer basically saying it's beyond words and not good enough. Keith Murray, that they couldn't afford any options as pensioners. Linda Gold, she's chosen 19%, but said she wouldn't be able to afford the other options. Kerry Duff at 27%, believes that we need to do that, but we also need to look at positive improvements of people living locally, and to stop focusing on the growth of tourists unless they will be charged for that cost. Nikita McRae at 19%, talking about contacting ratepayers when rate arrears happen. So it's being a bit more proactive so that people don't find themselves so far in a hole, which I think's probably a reasonable thing that we can see if there's anything more proactive we can do in that space. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, I was going to actually formally ask officers if this is the case, i.e. that people like Nikita aren't advised, and if it isn't, can we amend things immediately so that should people fall behind in APs, they are notified straight away rather than encounter a big bill at the end of a year?
Okay. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you. I guess I had similar questions around that Councillor Hopkins did in terms of where that issue came from and what we could be looking at in that space. But I think this submission also, we often talk about ratepayers in this chamber, and obviously like the impact that these that potential rate rises can have on them. But I think we also, this sort of submission really highlighted the impact that actually has on all of on our residents, our renters, and the impacts of our decisions that will be felt by them as well. And I've been quick to pull that up in the past in the chamber when we're only talking about ratepayers and adding in a bit of a residents but I think that's come through as a real theme in a lot of these submissions. And yeah, I just wanted to thank Nikita for such a well thought out submission as well.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Ryan. Right, we'll move on, and maybe we can have someone come back to us at one stage on the arrears and how we do manage that, just so we can get a bit of an understanding and see if there's something we can do in that space. Nathan Barnes was talking about culling staff and an audit, and I guess just clarifying that we do an audit every year. Just making sure that's really clear. Teresa Brosnan is questioning the transformation project. I guess just to clarify, we've got a paper coming in the future to council on that to kind of unpack what that has done and what that hasn't done, so that we've got a better understanding. And I think that's important for the community. And looking that, you know, believing that should have led to more savings for ratepayers. Jamie Crowder, that even option 1 is too high. Megan Walsh, essentially also just saying that the cost of living at the moment, this is really tough. Michaela Rowland, saying it's going to be financially stressful for families. Stephanie Backhouse Rudolph said none of the above, that we should stop spending and start saving. Malcolm Garvin, staff numbers are out of kilter with the size of council, and 19 is too high. Janice Joyner, if the council was a business, it would be put into liquidation, and that they've got no more to give as ratepayers with petrol, food, power rates. It never ends, and very much taking that point, and that's been raised by a number of people. Alex Lee is looking at the lowest increase, but believes that should be lower than the 19%. Catherine Harrison was questioning the upcoming charges to the Stoneburn scheme, and basically worried how they're going to financially provide for their family. And Stoneburn's come up a few times in this, because certainly that's putting massive pressure on a very small community. Stephen Paul Bradshaw, 19% increase must be enough to manage ongoing costs. So just saying we need to live within that lower suggestion that we went out with. Terry Clark talked about the roading rate differential for forestry being 4 times being a joke. Councillor Holden.
Yeah, I know we did increase roading differential to cover some of that maintenance on roads, but is it 4 times?
I believe it is 4 times.
Madam Chair, I think it went to 1.5 initially, but that lamentably failed to cover the quite significant damage when the logs, when a forest is felled. And I think 2 or 3 years ago we increased that differential to 4, without, as I recall, any objection at the time.
It's always a tough one. I guess the dairy farm truck movements, a lot of that gets captured by the land price and how much more they do pay in that space for the eroding as well. So it balances out somewhat, but it's potentially something we might need to relook at in the future to make sure it is still the right thing to do. Councillor Hopkins.
Just to explain, and Amanda may be able to amplify this. one of the problems is there's no mechanism that allows council to recoup costs, say through development contributions or the like, with forestry. And indeed, officers advised us that eroding differential was actually the only way we could actually recapture on the general ratepayer's behalf the damage specifically caused by forestry lorries during the harvesting periods.
No, you did right. Yep, no, that is correct. So moving on to Keegan Wilson, doesn't support any rate increases. Carol Whitecross basically believes the world's going to have an economic collapse this year. She may not be wrong. Taranaki Smith has a handwritten letter there for us, who's talking about essentially, this is our problem, we do have to address it. He's looking at a middle course between the low and the high rate rises, and questioned about whether or not we really do have one source of income that is rates. I guess we have user charges as well, but certainly rates do dwarf the amount that comes in user charges, and is talking about finding supplementary ways, sources of income, which is a conversation we've certainly had around the council table, and it comes through a bit in this. Moving on to Brian Searle, option 3, which is the 19%. But if only knowing that rates will return to the current levels the year following, I guess that in a way, in the fact that water's come out of things, but there is still an overall cost implication. So the 19% would be at that stage. Councillor Lewis.
Just to clarify that, I think he was meaning that he would have taken the 45% option, which was option 3, if he knew that the rates would return to the current levels, but otherwise he's opted for the 19.
Yeah, sorry, I did misunderstand that one. Thank you. Tom Kettlewell just wants very much for us to show where we're cutting costs. And we do have a paper coming back to that as part of our decisions, just around how we are looking internally as well to manage some of these costs. But yeah, Tom chose the 27% there. Sarah McCunney basically is saying it's a horrendous predicament. Sally Ann Hunt, with cost of living challenges, we need to keep them in mind as well when we're making our decisions. Ian is looking at a 45. He's talking about shifting the deck chairs on the Titanic. We need to return Waitaki to one that has no external borrowings. And talked about basically we're not paying more now, we're simply catching up on previous savings. I'd like to think we're not shifting the deck chairs on the Titanic, but obviously there's a conversation around affordability and amalgamation to come. Jackie Wilkinson, anything over 10% is destroying people. Councillor
A comment about being here for 7 months and already thinking of selling and moving on, triggered by this, is a serious, and there's a number of other people who make the same point. It's don't think we can dismiss those concerns lightly.
No, yeah, absolutely right. So here Jackie was talking about anything over 10% is too much. Ian Anderson is asking where we are reining in our expenses. Susan Kennedy basically asking how we've got the finances to where they are at the moment. And Ray Martin is wanting reduction of spending in all areas. And Thompson, staff reductions, pay freezes, review of assets, and encouraging growth around the townships, which I understand because there is a need to grow, but I also know that when you're trying to make things grow, that can be in contrast to not spending anything in the short term in order to create that environment. So it becomes very difficult when we're in a bit of a austerity or cut prices kind of atmosphere. Peter Gavin Reid, wondered why he should be subsidising Oamaru and other people's water upgrades. Obviously he is on a farm and basically talking about the fact that we need to collectively tell central government that we can't afford these increases. Certainly a message that we bring to government often and talk about why the spotlight, I guess, nationally is on Waitaki at the moment, and it's certainly not through anything that we haven't indicated to government is in the pipeline for us. So they're looking at us now, which is not a bad thing, because I think it also gives us a chance to highlight that some of the water reform in particular is really hard for a small community to find the money for in the short time frames that we've been given. Moving on to Julia Ann Kane, was asking for a serious fraud office audit to see why we're in this state. And again, I guess it's looking at the fact that we do get an audit every year. And I think we just need to make sure we are being really open as to where spending's going. And it's back to how we do manage our own budgets internally. Jonas Bergmeister does believe we offer as mayor and councillor an apologies and also show some cost cutting. And I guess my response to that is we are in a tough situation, and I think we have stood up there and said we are sorry because we understand how much this hurts. But there is the flip side of just making sure we're being honest in the situation we're in, which doesn't sit so well. Karen Shaw, stop spending money on wants. Daniel Martin, reassess what is essential spending, and just asking around accountability and why these issues have not been brought up. And I guess a number of them have for a long time, and we've certainly underplayed them somewhat. And I guess the spotlight really came on when the rubber hit the road in the water space. I think that the ability to just explain that away as something that would happen in the future has disappeared on us. Francis McMillan is saying that the proposals aren't sustainable for ratepayers, need to look at size and structure, and assess our long-term plan, and absolutely agree in that space. Need to move to fuller cost recovery, and I think that's a conversation we need to have through the long-term plan as to how much is in user pays and how much is in ratepayers funding. It's never an easy balance, that one, because we need to make sure people are using the things that we put out there as well and not making them unaffordable, otherwise they make losses. But you must demonstrate genuine reductions and improve efficiency. Darrell Elston, council assets need to be sold. Councillor Hopkins.
Oh, look, I would just invite councillors to note this submission and lots of others like it, which advocates sale of underperforming assets, along with Francis's comments about a greater emphasis on and reliance on user pays charges in discretionary activities. And I think the community's attitude is changing. And I think that is something that we need to embrace next year in the first year of our annual plan. It's a critical part of actually digging ourselves out of this hole.
Alex and then Councillor.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, we have got a programme for selling of assets. We did a full review of our property 2 years ago and classified all of the properties in terms of what was operationally necessary, what was strategically important, and what might be surplus. And so we did consult on the first tranche of properties as part of the long-term plan, and we got positive response from the community for that. And we're in the process of going through those sales at the moment. So that programme, has started. We are doing that.
Councillor McCone, did you have something?
Yeah, just to concur with both comments that are just made. I think that's low-hanging fruit that we could actually really accelerate and get underway as fast as we can.
No, thank you. And the discussion on that was also things like the pool and the library and hall uses. Costs being raised to cover how much they do cost our ratepayers. April Hayes Dixon was talking about fourth option, so I guess it's a lower option than 19% and look for monetary cuts. Lindsay Curry, vote was taken just prior to last year to retain water locally, which was the incentive that got most people voted back on. So I think she's just questioning the position we've put ourselves in, which is a reasonable question, and talking about unnecessary spending must stop. Alistair Lee Campbell Cowan objected to the proposed 45%. Wants to see a 5-year cost saving plan, any unnecessary projects to be stripped away, and a roadmap back to affordability. And just talking about the community being pushed to breaking point. Councillor McCone.
Well, I think that's a very good point that he makes there, that it's a 5-year outlook and we actually need to get something in place to actually start stripping these costs back. At the moment, we talk about it, we don't actually have anything or process to do it.
I think, yeah, absolutely. The long-term process is part of that, but absolutely. Moving on to Mark Whitecross, who's basically.
And there are occasional comments that are specific to individuals and are, I suspect, libelous, certainly contestable and largely incorrect. Do we intend to refute any of those? I mean, or is that, how are we going to deal with those? What are actually, I think, in some instances, unwarranted personal attacks?
I think at the end of the day, there's a full council here, both councillors, mayor and staff internally, and we, essentially run this together, and buck doesn't stop with one person. And I don't think, sacking one person fixes everything automatically. There is calls for that. I'm not certainly highlighting them in the commentary here. I think this is open for everyone to see, and I know that there is a level of concern out there. But I think we need to take the content of the concern away from the personal, and we need to look at the process side of things and people saying, get back to your knitting, find savings in what you're doing, try to cut costs. And that's the messaging that's coming through loud and clear. So essentially questioning, asking for more money during a financial crisis. And I guess just the response to that is the financial crisis doesn't just sit with ratepayers, and that's probably where the concern lies. And we understand the difficulty of that, but we share in the financial crisis. Jackie Hagan, 27% begrudgingly chooses that, and she's concerned about the support for people, and is suggesting she's a peaceful protester, which I appreciate. Peter Scott, we should all be sacked, so at least we're in this together.
No.
France.
Yeah, I mean, if I just following up on what Jim said here, there is definitely information that you soak up and you get a general idea, and there's a lot of stuff that has to be ignored because that's basically people venting, which they got an opportunity to do. But if I see something like this from Peter Scott, that we should all be sacked, my God, we're only 6 months into the job, and we're taking a position that no other council here in the history of Waitaki has ever taken. So all the other comments, I mean, I put that against that light, as in we are trying to do something about a very difficult problem. And unfortunately, not everybody is going to agree with that, and very few people are actually going to appreciate that. But if I see a comment like that from Mr. Scott, then yeah, where is common sense actually come into it, in this one in particular?
But yeah, I think you're right. It's about taking the messaging, sitting in behind, taking the personal out. And I think even where people are identified, I think it's the role rather than the person, or at least we need to be placing it firmly in that space because you know, it's a tough space to be in at the moment. There's a fair bit of heat around. Sharon Woodley. Sorry, Councillor Rebecca, Deputy Mayor Ryan, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just going to echo yeah, some of the comments that had already been made, but I think like reading through the submissions, what stood out to me is that a lot of them reflect anxiety just as much as they are reflecting anger. And like behind a lot of that is that people are just genuinely worried about what's happening. And so like some of the language is emotional or pretty blunt, but I think if we only focus on the tone, we're sort of missing the underlying message. And so that was just, yeah, what I wanted to add.
I think absolutely. Shannon Woodley. Basically, we should put on hold any new building plans and sell off any excess buildings that aren't getting utilised. Wendy Nordermere is looking at where we are reducing costs.
Somebody else thinking of moving out of the district.
And just questioning how people can survive with all the increases that we're looking at. Louisa Beaumont, rates increase will be crippling for some whānau. Rates rebate was mentioned, but that their threshold is incredibly low. I guess it's a high threshold, but a low monetary threshold. And if we speak to local food banks, we'll see. And I think that that's a fair comment, Councillor Holden.
And just sort of following on from Deputy Mayor Ryan's comments and this submission, just about the wider impacts, is there some sort of metric or study we can take to understand what sort of impact assessment can we take out?
Yeah, I do think when we look at this whole picture and then just recognising the medium income is at least 10,000 below what the national one is, we need to stay really mindful of that. Moving on to Sam Reagan Vanu. Many services are provided by council that are used by minorities, so a user pay system is what he's asking for. And a bit of a clearer picture of what the next 5 to 10 years will look like, which we will be trying to build in an area of a lot of uncertainty. And will there be a rates decrease once debt is under control? And that's, I guess, a space for us to work towards. But with the increases in projects, especially around the water space, as a community, that won't go down, but a lot of that will move to the entity. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this Regan Vanu's submission is one of the first mention in some detail the fact that there's a view that the mayor and councillors consider slashing their own benefits and so on. Again, using this as a trigger, are we going to respond to the people who have said we should take a pay cut, we should pay for our own lunches and so on? And if we are, what are we going to say?
And again, I think that comes in the next week's discussion when we provide direction to staff as to exactly what we want to come out of this. So I think that's absolutely a discussion we need to land on an answer for next week.
Out of curiosity, do others agree?
Yes, there is not one day this week from Monday to Friday that at some part of that day I'm not involved in council work. So yes, and I think that is something that has to be clear to people like Mr. Regan van and explain this in how busy we really are, because it's I don't want to say it's drowning, but it's getting very close to a full-time job, and I hate to think how many hours our mayor puts in.
All part of the role. Tracy Ann Kearns is single income, just bought her house with 2 children, and is concerned about the affordability. Scott Henry went with option 2, as there's a cost to go on the Wahima scheme. He is forestry as well, so I guess he's just talking, he's probably being hit through the forestry roading differential, and obviously the Wahima scheme, there'd be some cost implications in there. So I think he's basically saying that they're Pat Wala, that council has been failing and is embarrassed of our council, and I find that sad to read. Susan K. Tate, sorry, Councillor Hall.
Say I don't recall any similar criticism when objections to a resource consent.
I
Which
don't need to
matter would be-
personalise things as well. I'll pull that one up, Councillor Hopkins, it's not helpful. Susan K. Tate feels there are too many staff. Moving on to Robert Valentine Furlan. Limit the rates increases to 10%, for those that can demonstrate financial hardship, and this has been mentioned by a few people. I'm not sure if there's any mechanism to do anything different, but basically saying that having a rates increase, but then giving an option for a lower increase for those that need it. I'm not sure how viable that is, but it's an interesting thought. Basically talking about us sharing the pain and making sure we are reducing expenditure, capping personnel expenditure, and just questioning the number of staff. He did question that we should cease operating the Opera House as a council-owned business. And that kind of, sort of selling off of assets or having other people manage some of our assets has been brought up in the event centre space as well. So I guess it's that kind of, is that going to be more of a financially sustainable position, or is that going to be an unpalatable opportunity for someone that we won't find a place for? So there's probably discussions, I guess, in the long-term plan perhaps to be had around those kind of ideas. Linda Burns is talking a 10% rate rise is as high as we can go. Palmerston resident who does believe that there's too much spent in Wamaru. Melanie Sloan, basically wanting us to sit down, have a rethink, and to rule out, and to not rule out cutting costs. And essentially just saying that that is too high. Robin Francis, cutting spending, and talked about the CCO water, where was voted against and we ignored it. And I guess in this discussion, and I guess just responding to that, because there's a few that have questioned us going out of house for water, while others have questioned us making that decision to stay in-house originally. We have done the best in a tough situation to try and get an outcome that will, where possible, find some long-term cost savings, probably nothing in the short term, but also meet the requirements that central government have put on us. It's a bit of a rock and a hard place. Councillor McCone.
Just to endorse what you're saying, well, we put up the best option that we wanted to declined by the DIA and this is what we've got, it's legislation and there's nothing we can do about it. So let's get that off the page and get on with the rest of the problems we've got.
Yeah, we're very much in a space where we need to move forward and to stand the CCO up in good faith to try and get it working for all the communities involved. Elliot Matheson wants cost savings to be looked at and more in line with inflation. Monica Roche cut staff numbers. She did question 4,000 on tulips within the, I guess, the public gardens. And just wondering to know if there's any cuts we make, and there's probably that level of service discussion. We love to have nice gardens, but that is a level that we've come to expect, and maybe it is something we need to talk about. And essentially, talking about a number of the financial stresses that are being caused both nationally and internationally. Daniel Moffat was saying that it's been not handled well for years and the problem's been put off. And yeah, certainly questioning any spend on the event centre. Katharina Leitner, just questioning that not many others have huge rises in rate costs. I guess if you look at a lot of the regional or a lot of the rural councils, and they may be staggered, some had rate rises that were quite a bit higher early on the piece and less so this time. There are still some that are bigger. You know, that is a benchmark, but it's not something that we base it on. We need to look at what our actual costs are and what our budgets look like. But we certainly keep in mind what everyone else is doing, and it's fair to say we're in the spotlight nationally at the moment, and a lot of councils have said, you know, we went through this a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago. So I think we're not alone in the pain that we're feeling around affordability. Kieran Shrivener, cut our costs. Talking about us likely being one of the highest in the country, and I guess just the tempering of that is our rates are still in the lower half of what is charged across councils. So that's not to say this rate increase is not that we're talking about at the moment is not absolutely unpalatable for our community, but I think that the myth that we are one of the highest in the country is just not true. And this will put us, if we say sitting on the 19%, that'll put us close to the middle of the pack. So absolutely hard to handle as a community when we do have a lower averaged income to deal with, but we aren't one of the highest in the country. So just want to be really clear on that.
You just also, that last sentence, it feels disheartening when I can go to a patch of dirt in the Waitaki District Lakes and have more services than what Waitaki offer me in my own home rubbish collection. I'm just trying to work out, I mean, I'm aware of a number of things that we provide here that Waitaki don't. I mean, that is that claim that they have offer more than us. That's contestable, isn't it? Well, I mean, we should challenge that.
I could challenge that, Councillor Hopkins, but I probably don't have any details to challenge that off the bat right now. So I think you know, there's a lot of assumptions that are made in a huge number of these ones, which we could take a defensive argumentative stance to, but I don't actually think that's helpful.
Can I just say so? I think the long-term plan is the point where we challenge that, and you know, as mentioned, you know, according to the Ratepayers report, you know, I think we're 49th in terms of rates per household for the services that we charge out of 60 TAs. But we need to inquire into that. What is it that we're providing for that money? And I think that's part of the LTP process is, what are we providing for that rates? And is that appropriate? Is that what our community wants? Are there different ways of doing that?
So Jan Goldsmith is talking about cutting costs, but also calling in loans. And it's probably another discussion to be had again, but we've got to remember that the loans are earning a higher rate than they would be in the bank. So it's making sure the decision you'll make in the short term is actually going to be the right long-term discussion. It's certainly a conversation to be had, but we've also got some agreements at play. Councillor Linwood.
Thank you. Just her last sentence in her submission saying the council is not a bank to benefit the few is something that has sat with me, because we do have to make some really hard decisions coming up that would necessarily benefit a few. It's nice to remember.
Yeah. Neil McKenzie is talking 45%, but clear hardship rules that waive the bulk of the increase for those that demonstrate genuine inability to pay, which was raised by someone earlier. And basically looking for a long-term financial strategy so we're not back in this position again, and a 10-year plan for maintenance of critical infrastructure, which we do have our infrastructure 30-year plan, and it's fair to say that we probably haven't been paying our way along the way. Ian Hurst is talking about us needing to address this extraordinary financial burden, and he is talking about a task force to be established to achieve break-even financial position and to basically utilise some of the skill sets within our community. And that's not a bad call. And I think that conversation probably also can be echoed in the moving into the reform space and looking at amalgamation and things. I think having some of the skill sets that we have across our community brought into the room to work out what the best outcome for Waitaki is something we absolutely need to do. Councillor McCone.
Look, I totally endorse this. I think it's a stick in the sand. It shows that we're moving forward, and I think it's got some very good ideas because we're using local people to look at local issues that with a clear lens. And I think it's a great idea and it should be followed up very quickly.
Councillor McGowan. Marie Brosnan, talking about managing expenses, and basically closing any social services that have duplications. In our community, we can't afford luxuries, and stopping nice to have services. I guess just talking about the government agencies already working with job seekers, people with addictions, youth, family, and council providing the same services. And I guess that's probably directed towards Stronger Waitaki. Just recognising that most of the stuff that Stronger Waitaki does, they bring in a lot more funding than they actually spend. And what they do is look where there's gaps in our community, and they bring in external funding, and they don't run those services. They just provide them or have someone they work with. So it's a bit of a partnership approach to provide them for our community. I think if we stepped away from that, and there has been someone else mentioning get rid of Stronger Waitaki, the holes in our community would become very obvious very fast. It does a lot of good, and it doesn't cost the ratepayer because it is brought in through the contracts that we get. So I think just being really clear that the service that is provided there is incredibly important to our community. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor Tavendale. Yeah, I 100% echo those. I think one of the major dangers that we face is seeing services and things cut from central government, and monies being deployed to other areas because they see that as a more necessary way of triaging a situation, which doesn't help our community. And also actually having people within our community who identify where the issues are, where the opportunities are as well. I think you can't lose sight of that. I think the work that Stronger Waitaki does through that is hugely beneficial. And what I would challenge is that the funding doesn't have to come from within, that there should be more external funding coming to support the work that they're doing. So I don't see it as a duplication. I see it as actually filling the gaps and quite often leading the way when there aren't other agencies stepping up to the mark to do that.
Thank you. Pauline Notman, just highlighting the difficult financial situation that everyone is in. David Michael Khan does appreciate the current solution of deferring the true cost of service. He's put 27%. Like to see us advocating more strenuously for reform to central government. And we absolutely do support the need for reform. And basically was talking about the rates rebate and which seems to have been stagnant. So I guess just clarifying in that one that that's set at central government level, and there is apparently conversations happening about that being revisited. I think there's been cost increases or rates increases across the country since that's last been looked at, and it's certainly not keeping up with the pace of things. So I think there's probably a discussion to have with local government New Zealand and such to basically put a bit of pressure on central government to keep with the program on that one. Councillor Schlack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just this particular one sort of intrigues me a bit because Mr. Khan has clearly done his homework, picked up the middle option at 27%, but also want to pick up that he actually put in his submission a statement as in he would actually be quite willing to see a reduction in services by council if it would mean that people can keep living in this district. And I think that is, for me, an indication. He even says there he's even willing to pay more rates if this would prevent people being forced to sell their home. So clearly this person has looked at it, gave some thoughts of it, and arrived at 27% without venting, if you like, some of their frustrations. So I for one, really appreciate a submission like this.
Yeah. Then moving on to Malcolm Bresnell, who has chosen the 45 and just simply saying we cannot live beyond our means to get the job done. Adina Pasca.
Madam Chair, I would just note that what she's saying is that she's already foregone insurance to pay rates, and that if the rates go up again, she'll have to pay for it out of her food allowance of $60 a week, which just shows how, I mean, that sheets home the impact of these things on people on fixed incomes.
Yeah, absolutely, it does. Councillor Hopkins. Moving on to Mel Hubbard at 19%, saying we absolutely need to cut costs internally. Jennifer Ives, that the rates were too high to start with. And just not understanding how we need this extra money. So maybe there is also a piece in there of a bit more explaining what we do, but yeah, recognising the need to find savings if we can. Sonia Williams has talked about selling some assets. Tanya Florence Bauman, times are tough and that she's working full-time and has an extra job. I think that's a state that we're finding too many people in our community. David Beltrop, I was a bit confused on this one. Certainly finds that we are fiscally irresponsible, some language in there which is not great. And he wasn't sure about the seating arrangement opposite council chambers. I wasn't quite sure what that was about.
I think that's referring to the temporary street seating that we had last year.
Gotcha. Kelly Louise Bryant is concerned of losing her house, can't afford these increases.
This one sort of intrigues me for Ms. Bryant because she actually picked option 27%. I would have thought she would either put a much lower amount there or at least a 90%, but yeah, I'm a little bit confused about this one.
Well, I think a lot of these maybe they don't say the full picture of what people are thinking, but that one was pretty brief. But I think people can also see how we got into this situation in the first place. Is sometimes we can't afford not to pay this 27% as well.
In Davidson, and there probably one thing that did concern me, some of the options people are looking at, we're talking about how it needs to, it would be used to pay down debt or get us debt free. And I think that there's a longer term view on that one rather than a short term fix, and just being a bit clear on that. Councillor Thelnan.
Yeah, I think I did notice a bit of a theme through here that there's a belief that 27 of 45 will pay debt down. I think we need to be really clear that it doesn't matter what we do here, the debt's going to go up in the medium term anyway, before we can start paying it down. This is to cover deficit rather than debt.
And yeah, up as a community, because then you've got the added complexity of the water going out, but the debt still remaining and needing to be built on to get the work needing done. And Unit Mackay, basically mean that with the cost of everything increasing, that we need to only be giving the basic necessity of services, and that national government must consider increasing funding to local councils, which would be fantastic. DJG Broughton, sorry. Basically looking if there's any way we can reduce the burden on households. Graham Anderson, proposed rates increases are untenable. And Gail Ferris was echoing that, asking how she can provide that increase or reduce that increase from something they don't have. Dawn Hill, option 1. Councillor.
Cheers. Just again, looking at repeated themes, she's somebody, and there have been others, but she's someone who's identified frustration with parking meters, and I presume it's the new ones, and I presume it relates to the fact that people seem to need or think they need a pay waiver. Anyway, look, what I'm saying is, I think the parking meters come up often enough for there to be a particular, a response to all the people who've raised them as an issue, including this lady here. Because
I guess I'm asking probably what your response.
well, I'm trying to work that out myself because I don't fully understand what people are angry about. As I understand it, it's one of the specific references I saw was to the fact that people need a pay wave card. And I was, if that is the issue, then time, I imagine, will resolve it. But are there others? Is it the difficulty of actually working out how to use them? It's not clear why people are grumpy, but they are definitely grumpy, or some of them are.
I think we have clarified some of the issues, and I think around the over 80s free parking and the people that can now with the mobility park anywhere. And I think also taking off the table any increase in the areas of parking. So if people can't do the machines for whatever reason, that there is other free parking options still available that are well within easy walking distance of town. So there is still options, but I guess at the end of the day, the parking machines are there now, and we need to cover the cost of them. And there's an activity marked to do just that. It's not a popular conversation, to be fair. And Dawn has also brought up funding the eyesight Whitestone City, which comes up a bit later on in the piece. Joanne Lee Cunningham is questioning the number of staff we have in comparison to other districts, and that's possibly a bit of information we might need to build on a wee bit more. Paul Hayward, option 1 is not acceptable. And yeah, not all that impressed with the events centre. Chantel Barnes is looking at us shaping a future focused Waitaki district. She's talking about vending machines at the event centre, thinking that it's not a great move. And also looking at refillable water stations. I'm not sure if we have them at the event centre or not as an option. Councillor Hopkins, were you trying to?
Just, are we going to specifically put Coca-Cola vending machines in the event centre?
What we have in there currently is a Pro Vendor vending machine, which has a number of different food and drink varieties, but there is also water fountains right throughout the place that actually calculates how many plastic bottles that the amount of times they used and filled up water bottles, reusable water bottles that we're saving. So you're certainly interested and happy to look at other options, but that's what we have in there currently.
Perfect. Robert Rudnett is supporting 19%, but acknowledging it doesn't resolve the underlying issue. Credit for transparency, and basically want some clarity on the deficit problem and how that may disappear when waters move across, and that we need to demonstrate efficiency savings. Councillor Phelan.
That might be a thing to explain more to us. I've also seen in some of them that there's a belief that we'll be paying twice, and Amanda might be able to confirm that if we're paying the depreciation on the water now, that cash will be transferred to Southern Waters. It won't be paid again in the future, will it?
No, so if we chose the 45% option, so that includes the 9 million funding on Three Waters depreciation for this financial year, so it's putting away enough depreciation just for this financial year, that all goes in the pot of the total asset value of what we give to Three Waters on 1 July 27. So future, when it's Southern Waters is set up and the community has to pay their water charges, there'll be less charges required because that pool of fund will already be there, that $9 million.
So it's pay now or pay later.
Essentially, yeah, it's that ring fencing of funding is the key here, where our costs moving into the water entity remain our costs. So while we've chosen, or if we choose moving forward not to fund depreciation on water, next year it moves into the Southern Water entity, and they need to then work out the depreciation mix. It may look different. It'd be interesting to see whether the timeframes remain the same as they would do within a council. But they are the questions. The question isn't whether or not we need to depreciate, because as a community, we will need to be doing that in the future for our water entity. Moving on to Graham Cooper, a call to cut spending, if possible. Alan David Sandry is calling for us all to resign. I'm getting a nod over there. Peter Bootsma is asking about accountability and expenditure cutting, essentially. Sonia McCulloch is wanting options for people that are unable to pay increased rates, and they need to be easily accessible and well advertised. And there probably isn't a huge number outside of the rates rebate scheme, but it is kind of that package we need to put together, I think, around people understanding where they can go to get help, because I think that's going to be a needed part of this conversation. And Pony Spedobalski, if I got that wrong, I'm sorry. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to see us, where it is possible to contest the figures he asserts, I would like to see those done. He's made some very specific allegations or comments about financing and over budgets. Finance costs 3.8 million and actual interest charges against a budget of 646. Software licenses up 22%. Recruitment costs up 71. Some of these figures don't tally with what I mean, wastewater 59% over budget at L. In short, I'd like to see us, treat the submission with sufficient respect to address the particular matters that Mr. Spodobelski raises in our response to him.
Councillor Schlack.
Just picking up on that first comment in Mr. Antoine Spodobelski's submission. Councils are financially the easiest organizations to run. I put a rather simple question, which I thought was a very simple question to Ms. Nichols here the other day. Was it yesterday or the day before? And I told Councillor McCann what a question I had put, and he agreed with me, and I'm pretty sure he absolutely fell to the floor laughing when I got Ms. Nichols' response. So it's one thing that I, as a person who has run many projects and many budgets that come with it, this is not one organization that financially is easy to run.
Councillor McCann.
It has just been very eloquently said.
Again, I guess, Councillor Hopkins, we can spend a lot of time refuting different figures and things that are put in each of these ones, but we could be there forever. I think what we need to do is concentrate on the moving forward and explaining what the realities of the situation we are in are. Amanda.
I guess it's not as straightforward as just looking at the numbers against budget as well. Like we know in previous years we've had a lot of carry forwards and things, so it's not necessarily that the over budget is to do with an inflationary increase or an overspend. It might be that there is more work completed that financial year than we planned because we actually carry forward. We had some projects incomplete from the year before.
Right, moving on to James Hoskins. He's talking 27% and asking us to have courage and do it now. Yvonne Munro, option 4, none of the above. Maria McCauley is talking about the elderly and also questioning if they don't have access to internet, how do they have their say? I guess we have tried to put this out in the newspaper to make people aware in public meetings. There probably is especially in the speed of the annual plan consultation, people we have missed along the way. And that's something we need to take into account when we move into the long-term plan and how we talk to our community. But I guess in the speed we've done it, we've certainly done our best to try and get that information out as far as we can. Mandy.
Yeah, it's just wanting to confirm that we did have hard copies of the forms available in Waihemo Service Centre HQ and in the Library Service Centre as well. And we did have a number of additional emails sent to us, but also some hard copies of letters were just dropped in the mailbox downstairs as well. So it was great to see that from a wide range of people.
Thanks, Mandy. Moving on to Dave McCauley. Choosing 19, but then just the comment, and I think it's probably fair and felt across the district, my wages have not gone up 19%. Ray Henderson, who's hanging out down the back there, option 4, he's chosen, which is the long-term plan forecast of 7%. Straight to the point. Rob Rudnat, this is on behalf, I think, of the Waitaki Multicultural Council, just understanding the financial pressure, ask council to consider what hardship provisions or rate remission options are available for low-income households, and has questioned the document being available in English only. I think at different times we have delved into other languages, so it's probably something we do need to keep on our radar, and just looking at what of our communications being available in the languages that are most commonly spoken in our community. So take that on board. Councillor Hopkins.
Well, that's precisely the point I was going to raise. I think we are probably legally, well, we may not be legally obliged, but I think we're certainly morally obliged to make some attempt to establish from Migrant Council or Multicultural Council what language, perhaps singular, maybe 2, they would appreciate information in, and provide it in future. We have done it at least once in the past, and I think it's a practice that we should recommence.
Councillor Lewis.
I agree. However, we are going to have people within the community saying, well, I speak English and that's all I care about. So what's the need for it? And I think there's also a very real, it needs to be highlighted and that we do need people to do this work. So I 100% agree with being representative of all of our community. And I think it's just incumbent on us to say, we need to do this. There is going to be a cost involved with it, and it's the right thing to do, and just be strong about that.
I think there's a lot more options available in the sort of AI space. I guess being careful of what the content ends up being in a different language. You could go wrong, but
you just got to be careful
there.
with that.
But I think there's opportunity there potentially as well. Franz, and then Sven, were you? No.
Yeah, how come you, well, where do you stop? How many different languages are there and how many different scripts to follow that? I think it would be far more practical for anybody that's got a problem with English, send an email to council and say, hey, is there the ability for somebody in council? Because there's so many different cultures within this organization can provide a translation in a certain language. So I think that would be a far better way of addressing this issue rather than putting up, I don't know, there's 100 and something countries in the United Nations registered there, and there's a few others that are not. So we're going to have a lot of languages, and as Councillor Lewis has pointed out, that's going to take a lot of staff time.
I think it's probably looking for the few that are much more prevalent in our community. But Mandy.
I was just going to say that I think that there's a really great opportunity there to work with the likes of the Waitaki Multicultural Organisation and see what their main cultural groups are that they have through, and maybe see whether there's people that can work with that have the multi-dialect, ability to speak English and whatever other languages are presented that has a requirement, and just work closer with them as we go forward into the RTP and future engagements. I think that's just a really simple opportunity to work really close with them. So yeah, I'll definitely take that on board. Perfect.
Thanks, Mandy. Moving on to Dorothy Arnott. Shocked that the deficit is so large, and she's ticked 27% as debt needs to be reduced. And I guess just recognising that that's not going to result in a reduction of debt is probably a thing to be aware of. Stefan Christensen at 27% is also noting there's many underutilised properties. Look at our property portfolio, which we have got a list of and we are working through. And then talking about the rates rebate scheme, and the current threshold is too low at around 32,000 or 45 on super. Absolutely agree, but that's a conversation that we need to keep having with central government. Alison and John Lozell.
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins.
Just a question from me, is that claim or that figure given in the second line that we've advised them that they could potentially be paying another $30,000 per ratepayer to upgrade the Stoneburn scheme? Is that figure correct?
Yep, essentially it is. How we choose to fund that, whether we ring fence that or distribute that cost wider, is a conversation as a council we at some stage possibly need to have. But in essence, it's a small community, 90 odd connections, and $1 million plus needed in the upgrade, and that's where the rubber hits the road in a really tough sense for us. Councillor McCone.
Do we have the option of selling it back to them as a stock water scheme and then they're in charge of their own destiny?
Yes, we do, but it doesn't make their need to be compliant in the water space go away. So that means then connections to tanks. It's not a hugely it's not a lot of rain in that area, so it's probably meaning trucking in water, and it probably does have its own issues as a result. And so the conversation that was being had with that community was walking through the number of options, which none of them are all that palatable, to be fair. That's in front of the community to find where they most of them want to sit. Because obviously also there's a risk that if you go off the scheme, then that gets even more expensive for those that are left.
Yeah, I suppose where I'm coming from is that the schemes originally were put in for stock water and house water for the betterment of the community. And through legislation, that's all been thrown out the window. So if you give it back to them, then perhaps they can turn around and solve the problem we've caused or the government's caused and actually get back to running a business scheme. And
it's certainly an option that we have put in front of them. And I guess that's the continuing conversation for us to have with that community, and it's not an easy one. Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What I remembered from this particular meeting was it was $3,000 per year per user, and I completely take Councillor McCann's comment on board. The problem is that there is another bit of legislation under Tomato Arrow is actually limited to a certain number of users, and that kills that off again. Like the Bushy Creek, that would be an option. Yeah. However, for Stoneburn, because of the number of users, that is not really an option. So, yeah, sorry, but it and while I'm on that, I'm somewhat disappointed that there is not more recognition but in these submissions as how much responsibility for these rate rises lies with central government.
Jim, did you have something? No, you didn't have your hand up? You didn't have your hand up?
Oh,
no.
No.
That's fine. I guess just touching on a couple of the comments around the Stoneburn, that is why when we move into Southern Water place, that rural water piece is vitally important, because there needs to be an understanding this is so different to the challenges facing urban water supplies. Did you have something there, Councillor Cullen?
There's another theme that relates to coming through with the rural rates. And noting Brent's not here today, but a lot of his constituents get particularly high, or last year got particularly high rate rises, up sort of 24% in some cases. And a lot of the rural properties often get more on what's already, tens of thousands of dollars of rates. They could be paying $20,000 rates, for example, and then get a 24% increase. While the average is was sort of down, was it sort of 110? But we're going to need to consider whether the same differentials apply when we've got such a high average rate increase. You wouldn't want an average of 45 with some people paying 60% increases on what are already very large bills.
Yeah, I think that understanding where things will fall is important in the mix. Jason Lilly, basically looking at 27% being the best option in a group of bad options. Hopefully buffer against the future, but with national, international politics, who knows? Bernard Jennings.
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins.
Madam Chair, I'm assuming that everyone's read this particular submission, 15 pages. And I would urge everyone in this room to treat this as potentially the most significant and serious submission we have. I think this is, everything about this to me says that we're being set up for a judicial review. And he's stepped through processes that we can't resolve from. He's quoting our documentation. He's demonstrating that there are things that we knew last year when we went to the market with a 9% rise, or 7%, now amended to 9%. And he's arguing that the failure to consider those issues and matters that were documented, and he documents them very scrupulously and in detail. His conclusion is that they should have been part of what we took to the public this year. And I think he's right. And the problem is, I also think this is so well argued that if there were a judicial review, I don't know what the outcome would be. But I really do beg you all, treat this very seriously. In my view, what I've said about the potential of being exposed to a judicial review is not a flight of fancy.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. I would challenge portions of that. Councillor Thowling, do you have your hand up there?
Yeah, I read it as well. He forwarded it to us ahead of the thing, and I did actually I think I did reply to him, and I think there's a couple of things that were missing from his analysis as well. One of them was it's the difference between what we're actually consulting on is actually just the rate rises, not the wider program of work he was looking for. But probably the main one was I would have been interested to see some analysis from him on the debt cap against each of the options. I think that was probably the big piece of the puzzle that was missing from what was otherwise a very thoughtful analysis.
Councillor McCone.
Yeah, look, I think Sven's just covered that off, but I would like just to comment with the amount of time and effort that's been put into that, and it's appreciated.
So, Councillor Hopkins.
Well, I was just going to ask Sven, noting the points you've made, and clearly that's stuff that in any other forum, we would be able to present as arguments on our own behalf. But did you get the feeling that I did, that there's like potential of a judicial review or something like that as arising out of this?
Yeah, I'd concur with that. But I'd actually, to be honest, I'd treat all of the submissions with equal respect. I don't think this one is any more or less important. It's one of the more well thought through and extensive ones. And yeah, he may or may not be. That's up to Mr. Jennings.
And I guess just touching on the 19%, because it is mentioned by a number of people, is that shouldn't have been our lowest option we went out with, and that it wasn't necessarily all councillors that supported that. Fair to say there were some councillors that voted there that were looking at that needing to be higher than the 19%, which is why we don't have a strong level of support in that space, but there's still the support. I believe there was one, maybe two that were looking lower. But also just being aware, and I think that's where the debt cap does come into play, that things were looking and are looking quite different to what they were looking like a year ago. And I think that the financial prudence part of this argument is where it's important when we go out to the community and say that financially prudent option, 19% is what a majority of us believe. And I think that that's all we can ask around a council table is a majority, because that is the game we're operating in, and there's a lot of politics at play there. The majority of us thought that there was too much risk and it wasn't financially prudent for us to go with anything lower than 19. And so it wasn't a let's play a game with this for our community. It was very much a strong feeling that going with the amounts of 7 or 9% that have been thrown around in the material here was not going to be a financially viable option for us, and it really did open us up to risk. So I think that we need to be really clear on that as well. Councillor Holden.
Yeah, I did. When I first read it, I had some initial thoughts, and it just probably reads more as more of a risk of public perception, more so than a judicial outcome, I think. Still
All right, so now moving, I don't know what page this is on your online book, sorry, councillors.
211.
Page 211, Malcolm Hugh Cameron, 45% option 3 because it makes business sense. But recognising there's a lot of people that won't be able to afford that. Bobby Grindrod, wanting more accountability for expenditure, and just would be reluctant to agree anything higher than 19% because of the increase in the cost of living. Barbara Lifferton, basically saying that doesn't support the lift from 7 to 19%, and that we're all facing costs increases and need to cut our costs to suit. Tom Miller, 19%, and wanting us to clear the financial mess quickly. Now I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Fanini to ET for a little bit, just to give my voice a wee bit of a break, if that's all right, Anna.
Yep, sure.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like we're up to Joanne Lassie. Here's something different. Well done to Mel and all the councillors for open, honest, frank discussion. So it's appreciated. So, and Joanne is the option she's picking is a 27%. Vivian Tobin, 19%. So there is some understanding around the rationale for the options, but also acknowledging a recent bereavement that she had and just the single fixed income that she's on. So, yeah, thank you for that. Hugh Newell, thank you for the opportunity to give some feedback. This person has some experience working for the Oamaru Borough Council as well, and there's some additional information there. I'm not going to read out every single comment that they've made, but it's just trying to pull out some of the just themes for us just to consider that sit alongside some of the other themes of the submissions. And there are some kind of comments that I won't even really honestly acknowledge because I do want to acknowledge the actual hard work that the officers are making as well, and the efforts that council are actually doing their best for the community. Okay, so Ruth Davidson, option that she is picking is the 19%, but also acknowledging that people are worried about losing their homes and just the financial impact that it has. And then just giving some suggestions around just some cost cutting areas. Okay, Ashley Knuckles picking the 19%. 19 should be the higher percent, but it's still not good enough. So there are some very strong views that are out there in the community, but they actually did tick the 19%. Okay. Tom McMurtry, not opting for any. Jared McIver, again, not opting for many, but just acknowledging the affordability issue that the community, the members of our community are facing. Also just around just, okay, some of the services or some of the maintenance program kind of issues that they're pointing out. We have Jane Metcalf. So yeah, some of these submissions that are coming through, they're not actually opting for any of the percentage options, but they are kind of adding their views in the narrative piece there. Just looking at a demand for a review, thinking that there is some information that we are withholding, which isn't true. We are acknowledging, oh, sorry, John, I will just, okay, yes, you had a comment there.
Look, there's quite a bit in this one, and again, I speak from a rural perspective. I did go the trouble of getting some rate demands from that particular area. So one, I'll give an issue an idea now. 141 hectares, total rates bill currently is $8,869, of which 4,600 of that is roading and water charges. So half of it is roading and water. So I think there's a very valid point there. With a 19% increase, that rate demand goes to $10,500, or 45, it goes to $12,900. If it goes to 45%, it's approximately 5% of the current land value is in rates. So per hectare, that is what you'd be paying is 5% of that current value in a rate. So I think, you know, there's some very good points here, and we need to look at this carefully because that's not the only charge that goes on any small business or rural property as well. There's a whole lot of other debt and other things carrying on in there. So it must be looked at and looked at carefully.
Thank you for that, Councillor. McCone, any other comments around that? Yes, Councillor.
Again, picking up on themes that recur in a number of submissions, there's a reference here, and there have been references elsewhere, to our employing consultants. And I remember at the Opera House, when somebody put the question about consultants, somebody else in the audience interjected bloodsuckers. And I mean, there's this, the word consultants triggers people, but the vast majority of the people we use are very highly specialised engineers and technocrats, if you like, who have particular expertise, like bridge building or bridge rehabilitation, optimum IT stuff, network infrastructure, and they're not the sort of the flashy wide boys that people imagine, wide persons. So I just think, again, it would be nice if we actually tried to lay that go. Maybe a pointless exercise, but it'd be nice to try and lay that ghost, if we possibly lay that misconception, if we possibly could.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Councillor Hopkins. It also speaks to the capacity as well of our work program, and that sometimes we are unable to complete that internally to be able to meet a specific deadline for a specific contract or management. So there's a variety of different reasons, but yeah, no, thank you for that. All right, moving on to Christine. Oh, yes, Councillor Lewis.
I think one of the other important factors with regards to consultants as well is that when we get legislation changes coming through from central government, and these people are well and truly across the latest, actually having that advice, because if you don't actually seek that advice and you get the correct information at the time, it makes anything that you do further downstream redundant.
Everyone wants a say in this
Oh, just some
kind of discussion.
useless trivia. Apparently we're paying as much in electricity as consultants.
Are we moving on to the next one? All right, okay, Christine Pepper, choosing the 19% there. There's some advice and feedback, taking a staged approach to recovery. Here's one. You rely too much on the good nature of your community and are out of touch. So yeah, she's just, Christina's just providing some feedback there in terms of reducing or reviewing our expenditure. And then again, a comment about consultants, utilizing contractors for some of the work rather than employing people in the council. So I think we did. Oh, yes, sorry, Councillor.
Thank you, Anna. This particular first line, take a stage approach to recovery. It's something that's been on my mind, and certainly not for this meeting to discuss, but it is something that I would like to flesh out and consider a bit more, whether we actually hit, or shouldn't use hit, when we actually have a serious large increase on rates, or whether we have an opportunity to actually split it between this and the next financial year. It's something I would like to consider, if you like, whether it's an option. And what drives this is, first of all, we need to have a recovery. Of that I'm totally convinced, and we need to have a significant recovery, otherwise we'll never get off this downward sliding slope that we are now. But if we can stage it over more than one financial year, many of our ratepayers, just think of farmers, their businesses, and to know what is coming in next financial year, instead of this being hit now in over a very short period of time, I think that would be better also from a business point of view. Not saying that's the way we have to go. It's something I really would like in the near future to have some more discussion about and changes of thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor, some really good feedback. There, just looking at our time, we're going to have a wee break at 3 o'clock, so we've got 17 minutes and there are some actually good suggestions there from Christine. All right, so Donna Riddler opting for the 19%. There is some comparisons with Waitaki District Council, also acknowledging that there's no public transport from Waitaki or Hamden to Oamaru, and then just looking at a review around remuneration there.
Just on that one around the refusal to participate in the taxpayer union performance annual report, and I will pass the staff bit on this one, but I believe that there's just some questions that we answered differently because we have a different makeup to what was within their standards. But yeah, can I get a wee bit of a breakdown that, because I do believe we answer the taxpayer union's performance requests. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, that's correct. And even in the sections of the report where they said we didn't supply an answer, we did actually supply an answer. They ask for average residential rates. We supply an average Oamaru rate rather than one right across the district, and they don't accept that as a reasonable answer. They then want information on commercial and industrial. And again, because we don't use those as rating categories, we weren't able to supply an answer for that piece of the questionnaire, and also raised, what's your approach to agricultural properties? We don't get a response to those. They just say, oh, you didn't comply with our parameters, so we treat that as a non-answer. So again, that's an ongoing issue that we have with this survey. We basically supply all of the other answers and complete the questionnaire as fully as we can. So it's not that we refuse to participate, it's just our rating system and the nature of the district means that we can't give them the answer they want.
I think sometimes that one size fits all questionnaire approach doesn't fit all is probably the answer, Amanda.
And just to put it on record, the Oamaru residential rate example that we gave is 3,546. That's consistent with our other messaging when we've talked about the percentage increase. That's our baseline that we've applied throughout. So 3,546. So if people actually take that figure and compare to the information that Taxpayers Union has provided for other councils, they can see where we fall.
Great, thank you for that. Ethelwyn Mary Pert, opting for the 19%, acknowledging council on the honest presentation of alternatives and preferring the 27%, but then also aware even the 19% is challenging and frightening for some. Okay, Nikki Wheeler. Just considering there's a query there around working out how much the 45% per house would be, and adding that as a lump sum to the rates. I think there's some suggestions there. Is there anything else that you think you would be able to add, Ms. Nichols, or? Oh, I'll pass it over to Deputy Mayor Rebecca Ryan. She's got her hand up.
Oh, no, I just had a question on that one. I thought it was quite an interesting suggestion given Nikki's personal circumstance, I guess, talking about, that she wants to have a family in the future and, if she's in a position to be able to kind of do it as a lump sum now, but others may have the opportunity to kind of pay it off over a period, say capped at 5 years, what that would look like. And I was just wanting to flesh that out a little bit if Amanda did have a response to that.
Yeah, it's complicated to answer because obviously the 45% is an average over our 14,000 ratepayers, and it would be difficult to have different sort of payment plans for different members of the community. So if someone wanted to front foot it and pay it off now versus someone that wanted to pay it over 5 years, and the fact remains that we actually need the cash now, like the next financial year. The whole point of increasing our revenue to cover our costs is that we need it that financial year to pay our bills.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I think it was just interesting, just the diversity of thought in terms of the different packaging, like often when we talk about annual rates as opposed to like something different. Okay, Demi Hall, just acknowledging the living crisis and the challenge of upholding any increase. Yes, councillor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would just simply note, the hardship she identifies, slipping behind with a power bill for the first time in years, can't take a family for a drive anymore, drip feeding kids' sports fees. I mean, I don't think we can just dismiss these community issues as immaterial.
No, you did right there, councillor Hopkins. And also just noting when we talk about things like the user fees that stadium fees are out of reach for some people as well. So it's trying to find that balance as well, councillor Linwood.
Thank you. No, I was going to raise the issue about kids missing out on sport because of the new sports fees, but you just touched on it. But I've heard it a lot in the last month.
Now I'm going to do for the next 10 race through of things because we are we've got a long way to go yet, councillors. So Kerry Warnock, 27%, essentially saying we can't keep passing the buck. Mary Claire Anderson isn't a fan of Alex. Logan Johnson at 27%, talking about our current service model needing looked at. Status quo is no longer financially sustainable. And I think that's probably fair, councillor Holden.
Sorry, I'm trying to get in a hurry there. Just a couple of themes through the last few there. Just there's been some talk about sort of our recruitment and retention incentives, and I just wondered. I know that how's that cost figured in, and can we display the benefit versus the cost?
Maybe that's something we need a wee bit more information on. To be able to have that conversation. No, thank you, councillor Holden. Right, and yeah, Logan Johnson is saying 27% is a once in a lifetime increase. Brian, cutting cost, cutting staff numbers and cutting down office space. Christine Dorsey is talking 45. At some point have to pay our way, can't keep delaying. Sharon Mitchell is talking about Donna Demente. Oh, that's right. Sorry, I was down further where I highlighted, but yeah, Donna Demente, and just calling for a modest adjustment of 6,300 per year to support the continuation. Mike Cayley is talking about the cost of living increase, need for contractors to have a fixed price, and that's certainly something we need to keep trying to do. But there's obviously, as we look at increases in costs, some of our contract negotiations no doubt will have a level of risk embedded into it if we don't allow for any fluctuations. So there's probably a bit of give and take to have in that space. Talking about it's too late to go back on the new arena, so the event centre, but making sure it's being well utilised to maximise income, and that's certainly an intention that we have. And also questioned about looking for private investors for things like the stadium to help us foot the bill, and certainly that's something we're open to discussing if there's opportunities in front of us. Mark Jamie Dorsey, 45%, basically asking us to make ends meet like other businesses have to and learn to live within our means. So he is obviously recognising that the right now needs to be addressed, but then there needs to be a change of approach. Gary Gordon wasn't a fan of the Thames Street single lane trial, wants to increase rents to places like the Scout Hall on Almore Park, to get these groups funding things themselves a bit more. Councillor Hopkins.
Well, again, council workers having paid for the community being paid, I presume, by the community, get unlimited sick days, according to this gentleman. When the township employees, working people, we're funding them a limited to 10 days. I don't think it is unlimited, I mean, again, if it's false information, it should be challenged and refuted.
I think it's probably one of the explainers that we need to bring forward and show the evidence of the impact of our sickness leave policy, because actually we've had a positive impact in terms of reducing sickness absence, but we can bring that information forward.
I think we just need to understand that one better because it's a fair question, Councillor Hopkins. Jan Omnett has chosen 27%, but is also talking at the same time we need to be trimming some fat and sticking to the basics for the next few years to come. Kelly Patterson, 19%, but feel for the cost of living and the affordability. Merv Wilson, 19%, though he's really not a fan. Christine Allen Bond, government needs to step up with funding and wants us to continue to lobby, which is certainly a space that we continue in, but we are a small voice in a big national scale with 74 other councils screaming the same thing, and we do try and work together with the likes of Local Government New Zealand to get a wider voice, but it's falling off and on deaf ears. Councillor McCone.
No, I agree with those sentiments entirely, but if we keep relying on other people to fix our problems, we'll never fix them. So we've got to front foot this and just get on with it.
Moving on to Russell, Julian Pope, increase in staff numbers needs to be addressed as long as perks. Andrew is talking 19%, but said the cost of living is already too high, and is more talking the 10%. Catherine Bennett, basically is just questioning the roles and the concerns on the financial position we're in, and accountability. Kath Wilson, two things in the pie that could be removed from expenditures: the grandstand, standing by our original decision, and over 44% of New Zealanders don't receive a wage increase last year, so doesn't think it's unreasonable to put a wage freeze on council this year. Russell Colin Arthur is saying essentially that the two pensioners, they can't afford heating. Eden Cruz, more cuts needed and less nice to have, less consultants as well. David Robin Fleming was talking about us having no debt in 2020, when the water and the water cost, basically wanting us to go as low as we possibly can on rates. Andrew Edward Denham saying we blame water issues on his debt, and he doesn't believe that to be true. He doesn't believe any of us have been in business or know how to budget, and we have some of the highest rates in New Zealand. And I guess that's where some of the pushback needs to happen. He has questioned some of Miles's take on it. That's not been the messaging I've had through from Miles when I've met with him, but we might have different people having different discussions. Greg Nikoloff is if basically, I've got some highlighting here that I'm trying to make sense of. If implementing this decision, which is around the three waters, results in the entire council and mayor being dismissed by the DIA and commissioners put in place, that would be acceptable. And I guess just to unpack that a wee touch, I do think losing our local voice is an incredibly damaging thing for us to be working towards as a community, and I think it's really important we hold on to our local voice. But that's just my personal perception in that space. And asking us not to depreciate the event centre grandstand a bit like the current pool. And obviously that is an option we have in front of us, but there is risks to that option. Obviously as well, though, while we're paying something off, it's yes, it's a double dip kind of thing when you are paying a loan off while you're also depreciating. So these are conversations that we need to keep having. Councillor Hopkins.
Well, the other thing, Madam Chair, we're not obliged to depreciate the grandstand. We can unfund it from the outset. We can say, we contributed 400. If the rugby union wants to replace it, they've fundraised the majority. They can do that. Indeed, it raises the question of whether we'd actually depreciate the sports and event centre itself. But certainly, I think unfunding depreciation for the grandstand would be a perfectly legitimate position for us to take.
Absolutely, it's a discussion for us to have, and it's an option. Councillor Fellner.
Yeah, I'd challenge that view. I think a lot of our problems have been caused by the idea that depreciation's not needed or optional, or the idea that it might be paying twice. But we do have a swimming pool which is not that far from the end of its technical life, and there's not a dollar being put aside to replace it. And we don't have any, if we don't have some money to go to funders with, we won't have any leg to stand on when asking the community to contribute to something that will then sort of squander the value of as it runs out of life.
That's right. When we talk level of service, there's some things that we grow very used to, and if we're not depreciating for them and they come to the end of their useful life, that's a really tough sell to find the money for it, but also to decrease that level of service for our community. Swimming, for instance, is important for our young people in particular. Moving on to Elaine Joan Burgess, and this will be the last one before we stop for a cuppa. So she's questioning if the increase is fair and suggesting that there could be a different town versus country model, which essentially she's talking, I think, the smaller townships rather than on a farm as well. So there's probably a few different understanding of where she's coming from there. But with that, recognising we still have a way to go, councillors and staff, we will break for a cup of tea, and we'll be back at 15:15. All right, welcome back. We're good to go, right, so. Welcome back, moving on now to Robin Croucher, who's talking 27%, recognising that not everyone can afford that, but also wanting us to actively find ways to reduce costs. Moving on to Gail Kerr, cost cutting within the council needs to happen now. No more perks. She does mention coffees and boozy after hours meetings. I'm not invited either, so but I guess just to be clear, you know, councillors sometimes meet after a long day in the office for a beer that is funded by councillors. And, you know, when I meet people out for a coffee, which I sometimes do to get a break from the office, I just want to be really clear, I pay for that, or the person I'm with, I might shout them, they might shout me, you know, there's a few different things, but it certainly isn't on ratepayers' expenses. And I just want to be really clear on that, because I think that's the same ethos that is run throughout council. And basically talking about expectation of amalgamating with other councils. So just thinking that we need to think long and hard about it and listen to ratepayers. So moving on to Leslie Elisa Campbell, who get that there has been nationally imposed water requirements, but doesn't think that's the whole story. Wants to know, have successive CEOs been warning council about the rising debt burden? And I think that's absolutely yes, they have been. But it has still been, we've seen things like water coming, but until it became actually part of the legislation, those preempting of spend in some areas, you know, we did do that for a while. That wasn't well received. And when the Labour government were replaced by the national government, that all changed and we pushed pause on things and we stepped into it again. But I think it's really clear that successive CEs have raised that we have a windfall in front of us to deal with, and we've never quite grappled with how we deal with it, because essentially we are a small community dealing with some big things. Do council, I'm guessing they're meaning councillors, have financial and governance skills? I'd say we come from all walks of life. There's a lot of skill sets around the table, a lot of really good skill sets around the table. But I guess that comes into where some people talk about training and things as well being not part of our budgets, that we still need to invest in the people that are leading our council, or otherwise we aren't equipping them for the big decisions in front of them. Councillor McCain.
I'd just like to add that life skills are probably the most important of the lot.
We've got some that have many of those. Natalie Callahan is talking about the amount of staff we employ. Richard McIntosh put 19%. Sonia McCulloch Rocco is worried that we are increasingly dependent on tourism, and it's inappropriate to make savings. So things like the Whitestone City is not a direction she thinks we should be cutting, and about changing town signage as soon as possible, and not contracting outside our area. And that's probably another thing that has been raised by a number of people, that where we are using contractors to support local, and wanting to do that where we can, but sometimes the skill set needed isn't based locally. Just Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, we're not running tourism from Christchurch, are we? I mean, there might be one or two people who live in Christchurch, but again, Sonia McCulloch Rocco, who's quite happy to advocate ratepayers revitalising old buildings and beautifying Holmes Wharf, should perhaps be advised that those assertions are not correct.
I think we can just be a bit nicer in the way we do talk about ratepayers, though. I think as well, Tourism Waitaki, there have had some people that have been operating from outside of town, and I think they have now brought that skill set into town.
Yes.
But it is a reasonable thing to raise, and where possible, I think we need to try and build locally on our skill sets. Grant McMaster is 19% least of three evils, but doesn't feel that that's quite right either. Joanne Cleverly at 27%, again wants to reduce the number of staff, cut out extra leases, and wants us to forget the grandstand. Councillor Hopkins.
Very quickly, Madam Chair, again, as I understand it from the advice we got from officers, the idea of the clip-on pedestrian walk on the Kakanui Bridge would not have saved hundreds of thousands of dollars, as she asserts, and I would rather hope we would advise her of that fact. Equally, just picking up on the point I've raised in other matters, there's a reference at the end to restructuring or transformation that hasn't made things any better. And there's a number of submissions that cite transformation as something that people aren't happy about and that hasn't worked or hasn't achieved savings. And again, I would urge officers to actually respond in clear and energetic detail to just actually try and lay that ghost if we possibly can. Because
Well, at one stage we are going to have a report come back to us, and I think that's the right vehicle to quantify what has worked and what hasn't. And there was something else I was going to say, about the Kakanui Bridge. It was at the end of its lifespan, and so I don't think it's great to spend money clipping onto a bridge that is probably not going to withhold the future it needs. So yeah.
I took it she meant the clip-on was going on the new bridge. You're talking about it going on the old one.
I'm just saying we've got a walking track and we've got a one-lane bridge. Yeah. So in Bradshaw, basically saying that central government isn't giving us the fair share. Tend to agree, and questioning that shuffling the pack and removing regional councils won't fix the problem. That's a very real concern. Councillor Lewis.
Just to Ian's submission on that one, I mean, I totally agree. And he mentions about a fair portion of GST or tax revenue. The reality of it is that we don't get any of that back, yet we have to charge GST on the rates. So if central government wanted to take a 15% reduction straight off the bat, they could actually remove the GST or give us the GST that they collect back into the district that it's actually coming from.
It was raised last week with the local government spokesperson for Labour, who was talking about the different tools that could be used and how we're not fixing the funding problem, but he certainly wasn't promising much of anything. Right, Sandy Kennard at 27%, basically asking us to be sensible. Kay Page, talking that though we have inherited a financial disaster, that there's plenty of savings that can be made and that governments also need to be held accountable in this space. Elaine Ann Monks is wanting the 7% increase. Management structure is too heavy, and making savings and not just charging extra in rates. Andy and Katrina Hazelhurst support the 7% rate increase as originally forecast. Calling for spending restraint, wanting elected members to reassert their governance role. Transparent reporting. And that comes up often, and I guess the slight pushback on that would be we're more transparent than you've ever seen a council with what we run within public meetings, with the amount of information online. Sometimes I think it's almost too transparent in the fact that people get stuck in the detail because there's so many ways you can present information, and I think it does almost confuse the matter. And I'm not saying we should do any different, because I think transparency is important, but I do think that when people talk about transparency, we're standing up here and trying to be as transparent in the way we operate as we can while dealing through some tough conversations. The Hazelhurst also talking about assessment of whether a vacant position is still needed, which is certainly a policy position that we are taking. Ending preferred contractor arrangements. I think that can come with costs of its own. So I think we do keep looking through our procurement policy as the way to get the best bang for buck, but also look at trying to support local where possible if it's not going to have a huge increase in the cost implications for ratepayers. Consolidating staff into council-owned buildings, that's been mentioned a number of times, and I know there's discussions to be had, and Waters will change that conversation again. And fuel economy measures. Talked about, she said it was distressing, see community assets like Whitestone City closing and artists like Donna Demento struggling. So I guess essentially calling for us to change our position on that. Councillor Hopkins.
Very quick question for Alex. We do have salary bands and ceilings for senior roles, do we not?
Yes, we do. Yes, we have salary bands, senior roles. There's other things in here as well. So we have information on FTE staff numbers. Most councils just publish those in their annual reports. I publish them quarterly in my quarterly report to council, so people can keep track of those.
Then moving on to Nico Brett, who is not selecting in the above, believes that 9% is more favourable. Nick Lebas, get it done with at 45%, then keep up with inflation. Tracy McNeil is concerned about the huge financial deficit and the rates increase being proposed, and needing to look at every aspect of our financial situation. Trelise Gibson believes we could be more transparent in showing how things are running tighter and reducing costs in-house. And I think there's a discussion to be had next week through our annual plan direction given in that space. Madeline D.S. Shaw wants us to look at adding catchment management. Otherwise we're not fixing the source water, and I guess there's a really interesting discussion on that, and that the catchment management probably usually sits with your regional councils, but there's a real effect when it comes to supplying our drinking water as well. So a full catchment kind of view of things is not a bad call, and that may well be in our future. Thomas Amoy Nika wants to know what's wrong with our water system. That's a big question, and it may be perception driven, but I would say that our answer may look quite different from central government's answer. Fergus Ravel, hard words need to be said to the government. Murray Woodford, Tilly Woodford, how much pressure are new subdivisions putting on our water and sewage issues? Do they justify the proposed rate increase for our community? And original plan was turned down. Surely this affected the cost of our water services. Yeah, the extra time spent in the direction changes and things has cost. But that is also as a response to, I guess, some of the community feedback at the time, and then having a plan turned down. There has been a cost to that process, absolutely. And I guess in the water supply issues, that the growth factor is not the only factor as to why we're having to spend in water at the moment. It's more around the changes of requirements for us to meet as a community than it is in the growth space. That plays a smaller part, I would suggest, in the wider issue. But yeah, they're looking at the 27% option. Sharon Levy is questioning depression and suicide rates and is worried that people can't afford to pay. Kenneth Lawson, is questioning the amount paid by staff and is wanting to tackle the spending crisis. Councillor Hopkins.
Well, again, I'm on a crusade to challenge misinformation. So I'm asking, is his assertion that we have 116 over 100,000 per annum compared with Ashburton with 60, is that correct? And if it's not, will we tell him so?
Again, I don't feel the need to argue the point the whole way through here. I think there's going to be lots of things that we could be spending time arguing. I think at the moment we need to take the intention behind the conversation, which is they are worried about how much we're spending, they are worried about staffing costs and wage rates, and they're wanting us to tackle spending. So that's the message we take from this. Whether or not the facts and figures and behind are right, with the number of 580 submissions we've got in front of us, I think we could be there for a long time I think we need to look where there are misinformation coming through often, and that's a different way that we approach that, is to putting that information out. But I don't think we're just entering into an argument with ratepayers. I don't think that's right. Jennifer Ann Naika is basically thinking that Donna Demente should be given a fair go. Patricia Fox, even the 19 or 27% is problematic. Connor Bowl, there's quite a bit that has been blacked out there, so I'm guessing it's not a whole lot of great language. But cutting back on staff and morning teas, and yeah, concerned that he has no faith for us. Councillor Lewis.
Could I just point out that we don't have $5 million parking meters and we don't spend $500 on morning teas.
Magda Dewal, cost of living has increased significantly, and how about assisting the community at least for the first year with a lower rate, then maybe settle at 27 for the next one. Dr. Marcelo Javier Carina doesn't think this is sustainable in the current economic climate. Doesn't think we should be spending millions on the Waitaki Geopark initiative, and revise expenditure. And just, I guess, clarifying, and there is other submissions asking for otherwise, but at this stage, the Waitaki Geopark isn't a line item in our budget this year. Diane Evnett, cost of living is already so high. Steve Martin, councillors are meant to represent the Waitaki, but do not, or we wouldn't be 110 million in debt. And I guess it's looking at what that debt is and what it's made up of, because it is in building things for our community, and a lot of it is responding to central government requirements. Rob McTague, talking 19%. He said, yes, we've undertaken a line by line. Yes, costs keep going up, but we need to look at staff costs and reducing everyone's work hours by 19%. And how much that would cost. I think you probably can't easily do that within the requirements of people's contracts and things. But has seen it as an alternative to redundancy costs. I'd say it's probably not, but I'm taking the point in the background that he's looking for ways we can save money on staff costs. And just essentially looking for us to do something different. Karen Scott, is wondering with amalgamation coming, why bother about water issues and other costs? I guess it is, we still need to keep the boat afloat, if you will, at the moment, and we want to walk into the best opportunity for our community. Councillor Skelny.
I'll just repeat what we had confirmed earlier is what we don't pay now, we've got to pay later. And not all of that stuff's going to be cheaper in the future. And I'd like to be optimistic and hope that we can afford more in the future, but I probably thought of that in the last 6 years too.
Bryce Johnson wants us to stop wasting money. He has put our phone number in there that I'm sure if we wanted, we can find. It has been blacked out in the papers. Carol Greenhow wants us to sell all our assets to pay debt. Some of our assets are probably not palatable, but certainly I think that walk through what our asset list is and what's available for sale is certainly a fair request. Wayne Ormandy does believe the shortages because previous councils haven't kept up with the rates. And just wanting to understand, depending on the options, what that forecast for future rates looks like, and that's something we need to build into the understanding through the long-term plan. Brian Smith basically questioning what's happened to our money and that no rubbish collection is even offered within rates. Elizabeth Corish will reluctantly accept the first option. Alistair Chapman wants us to freeze rates increase to 0. Jeff Anderson's talking 27% go hard, keep up the good work. It's a positive in a list of ones that are less positive. Christine Richardson at 45%. Please let the book stabilise before starting any grand projects. John Clifford Stevens, I believe that is the base for the next financial year, assume it's the base for the next financial year too, realise there may need to be adjustments, so he's calling for 27%. Lee Breholt, 19%, concerned about the work being asked of the mayor, councillors and staff within timeframes being demanded by current government. We share that concern. And the current local body council system isn't working, and yeah, absolutely agree with that comment. Neil Gilbert at 27% is admitting we're in serious financial distress. It's far too long. We have been running at deficits and kicking the can. And he did question looking into things like selling Whitestone contracting. Tia Shea Cooper has basically asked us to please don't raise the rates by 19%. Joe and Murray Bain want us to cut any huge wage payments, less spending, less silly projects and concentrate on the basics. Richard Murray Scott sought amalgamation first. Heidi Kosmaika would like to see a halt on all pay rises. Amy Porterbowl is questioning my comments about lunch breaks, and obviously we'll have a discussion about that next week. Michael Harrison is talking 45%. Just talking about that the rates have been kept artificially low, which has shifted the costs forward. Stop pushing those costs to our future generation. And while he admires the intent behind that, doesn't think it's sustainable in the outcomes. But what he'd like is us to commit publicly and in writing of ending the practice of unfunding depreciation on core infrastructure assets. Which is something I'd love to say we can do, but it's probably going to be a very tough thing to do in a quick way for our community, but it is a position that long term we should be aiming to work towards because it would set our future generations up better. So, and also urging that we look at a similar co-investment style to what is happening with the NZTA in the water space, which is, I guess, what we were sort of originally asking for, saying we didn't actually have the funds to do anything different and there needed to be central government support in meeting these timeframes, but they certainly haven't made any budgets available to councils at this stage. He's talking an Oamaru town service for public transport, which doesn't probably sit currently in Waitaki DC space, but it could well in the future as we move into regional council conversations, and that's part of the Oamaru to Dunedin shuttle service as well. You talked about coach parking in the Victorian Heritage Precinct. Yeah, that was the majority of it. Go France and Jim.
Very long submission, but I think it sums it up very well. Item 7, the conclusion.
Thank you, Jim.
Well, I was just going
Jim,
to ask
put your mic on,
officers,
please. Jim, can you put your mic on, please?
sorry, I was going to ask officers if they believed it was feasible for us to develop our own rates relief or system. Under 6.4 of his submission, he goes into some considerable detail about that, but basically also leaves the challenge with us to think about it. And I'm wondering if there's any legal reason why we can't add our own relief scheme to that the Crown offers, and our office is willing to have a look at this and see if it can be done.
Looking at Paul.
I'll have a first crack. No, I don't think there's any legal barrier to council looking at a remissions policy. They're generally very broad. You just need to find a characteristic that you could base it on. Otherwise, of course, if you remit income to one set of ratepayers, you need to recover a greater amount. Where does someone's falling? You'd need to recover that lost income off the other ratepayers. So it could be something like this: if you're eligible for a rates rebate, that council could add a remission on top of that. Again, that's a loss of income and you need to make it up some other way. But yeah, the remissions are very broad, and so you could do it through a remissions process.
Yeah.
Alex, then Sven, then France.
I was just going to add to that to remember as well that assessing rates rebate system is administratively heavy. So councils in the UK used to operate their own systems, but with government funding behind it. And the department that assessed the rates remissions for equivalent of was the single biggest department in the council. Because there are lots of claims, lots of paperwork, lots of checks to be undertaken. So it's not a inexpensive exercise. You'll be adding administrative cost as well as looking at how you balance the cost of remissions across the wider group that is able to pay or isn't entitled to those remissions.
All right, so I've got Sven, then Franz, then Rebecca online.
There's been a few presentations to elected members at LGNZ conferences lately about the Ratepayer Assistance Scheme, which would utilise LGFA funding. Have staff been looking into that?
I can probably answer that one because I think that that's a scheme that they're still pitching to central government. So and around that, it's not so much on the rates per se, but it's ability to add things like your heating, your insulation, a whole lot of different options to, you know, improve people's life to your rates moving forward. But yeah, I think it still has to be approved by central government because there's a lending aspect to that that needs to go through. But yeah, I think in theory we're in support of it. Paul, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, no, we haven't, because it's really not well enough advanced to do anything on. Again, we've had similar presentations. I think they were looking at 4 different mechanisms. Yeah, one about the adding extra things onto your rates. The other was essentially a well-structured and very secure reverse mortgage. Again, that would actually be offered by the LGFA, so council, all it would act as someone, so certainly we supply what the rates are, you apply for it online and you apply to the agency, keeps councils completely out of it, which was appealing. Because we do not want to be a financial institution or be seen to be providing financial advice to ratepayers, because that's a very significant decision, and we'd be quite conflicted in that space. So yes, certainly had similar presentations. I think they've had reasonably favourable hearings from the government, but it would require a change in the legislation that the LGFA operates under. So it's a nice idea, but it's probably got quite a long way to go before it's something that would be available.
Yeah, that's good to know. I have had a few inquiries from the public.
Yeah, so not available to us yet. So we've got Franz, then Rebecca, then Hannah.
Yeah, I believe I've expressed support for that notion that Councillor Hopkins has brought in. I think it's worthwhile considering probably at the next meeting or another meeting. I take Mr. Parmalik's comment as in, yes, there will be more work and in that involved. On the other end, we are already doing some of that work on behalf of the government. So if that can be tied onto that, and I'm not going to say here that it's easier, but I think that would be a good opportunity to look at, because I do get also from looking through all these submissions, there seems to be a significant divide between people that can afford it and people that cannot afford it. And I think that it will certainly not resolve the divide, but it might just mitigate it.
Rebecca.
I think something that's been on my mind lately is whether it would be worth revisiting the suggestion that former councillor Tim Blackler made last term in terms of a volunteer scheme that could potentially, I guess, then lead to a rates rebate of some form. There's obviously a lot of practical considerations that come with that. But yeah, it's just been on my mind going through these submissions particularly, and would obviously need to be carefully designed so it doesn't disadvantage people who can't volunteer for various different reasons. And even if it's not for this annual plan directly, I think it could be worthwhile looking into, it's just perhaps a creative way that we could look at, getting value for things that we need to be doing anyway. And it came back to my mind last week when we were talking about, how much it costs to clean a monument every year, or how much is budgeted for that, and whether, we could be looking at empowering our local sports clubs to be involved in that. And yeah, I think in a district like ours, there's so many people who want to contribute really positively to their community, even when they are experiencing financial pressures themselves. And it's something that Tim spoke a lot about last year, and I think perhaps would be worth revisiting.
It's interesting thinking, and I think also there could be conversations to be had at national level to see if there's something that other councils are doing and what opportunities might be out there that we're not aware of that could be working. Hannah.
Yeah, no, thank you through the chair. I'm really supportive of looking into it, and I do acknowledge the workload that the team, like have in front of us and at present, but I think it's would be remiss not to consider, and I had raised yes, an opportunity previously to consider putting something together like a Waitaki equity package. And it could be part of the work that whether the strategy and advocacy committee could just kind of develop a bit of a working group to kind of put together a bit of a tiering system. There are people that are eligible for the rates rebate, and then there are people that are not eligible because their income come above the threshold. So I think there's just different stages that we can consider, and then consider what are the other NGOs and agencies that receive central government funding that provide services. So I think it could be something that could be packaged, and it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to actually fully administer it. It could be where the strategic partnership can sit, and then it could be part of the work that different agencies in the community could. So yeah, I'm fully supportive of this. I really appreciate Mike's submission, and then just the nice way that he's laid things out. And I think yeah, we should consider something. Yeah, fully supportive of it. I'm not supportive of not doing something. We should.
Right, so moving on to Erwin Matthewson, who wants a financial emergency plan and basically does sort of mention that we are on the way to obliterating ourselves into amalgamation. It is probably a track we're on, to be fair. Graham Francis is wanting CPI adjustments, not the 19% that we've put out there. Charlie Gilbert is concerned with, sorry, Jim, is worried that we are living beyond our means for the last 9 out of 10 years with a debt burden that future generations are going to be paying for. So basically putting 27% there, but saying that we really need to be living within our budgets, which is a fair call. Cameron Trevor Russell, happy for 45% to get us back on track and hopefully very minor rises in the next few years. Catherine Ann Watt wants to know whether cost cutting is happening in that mix. And the 9% should have been an option. Gordon Clark is also speaking about 9% and wants frugality. Is that the word? George Coucher is talking 27%, but looking for taking a really hard look at where we can reduce costs, and believes it's now up to us to find the rest in the savings and to work on balancing the books. And getting back from the have to haves, not the nice to haves. Councillor McCone.
Again, I'd endorse this. It's just simple, basic bookkeeping that we've just got to get back to the basics, and that's exactly what he's tasking us to do. So let's do it.
Then on to Jill McCarthy. Can't afford it on top of other price rises. Barbara and Noel Bain is questioning that 6 years ago council was wealthy. And what happened to the forecasted 7%. Tracy Clare is concerned about the cost of living, would prefer not to increase, did choose 19%, but is really concerned about the people out there that are struggling. Stella McRae at 27%. We should have been having rises prior to this to keep the overall rises lower, but also looking for a true spending reduction in-house. Jennifer Barney at 19%, needs to rein in spending. David Roche, 7% rate rise max and to cut costs. Julie Wilson, 7% rise max, 19% not acceptable. Melanie Arbuckle, everything is so expensive it's hard to keep up. Has chosen 19%, but is obviously saying that things are really tough. Ian Hunter wants us to have a rock solid plan to manage our deficit, including things like pay cuts, reducing staff levels. Not a fan of the parking meters. Wants to consolidate council offices into the old RSA building as the council owns that. I guess the concern on that is around the cost to do that. And then wants a better option for water. Is concerned about privatising it to a central body, and I guess we are looking at the central body, not privatising, so just being really clear on that. Hazel Agnew, realistically, rates need to rise by 45%. Central government loading more. We're a low ratepayer base, mainly rural, large geographical area. Viability needs to be urgently considered of WDC, but while also maintaining some local control. So that is part of the wider conversation that certainly we're moving into. Long-term supporter of the arts and wants to support the submission by Donna Demente. The gallery, large venue, but should be not be charged at commercial rates. Renee Jelly at 19%. Rates to support the Whitestone Visitor Information Centre in Whitestone City, and wants us to improve our district signage as stated that we would. Scott Eliff is aware of a...
Sorry, well, just ask. I noticed that the last sentence of Renee Jelly's submission, she talks about the road to the harbour needs gravel, is often full of potholes and muddy. I think she's talking about the approach to Holmes Wharf, and I'm just wondering if we actually have that introductory length. Do we have any plans to upgrade that with an orca seal or anything else? Because, I mean, frankly, it is an eyesore at the moment.
I think that's something we can have come back to you information wise. Not sure.
No, that's what that's.
So Scott Eliff is aware of the cost of everything crisis, but does believe we need to cut our cloth. De-establish or sell non-contributing CCOs like Tourism Waitaki and Omara Fields. And yeah, looking at ways we can reduce debt. Gregory Bird, 9% rate increase was removed, and he obviously does not think that should have been removed from the consultation, and wants us to look at trimming the fat in the council expenses. Anna Kendrinkskia, I probably got that one wrong, sorry. If something that is needed in Wamaru, Wairu, Marama residents have to pay. And I guess we do have some differential payments within some of our things, like what we charge people for, like the library here in Waitaki, in Oamaru, sorry, is different for people living closer than further away. But it's not an across the board policy, so it is certainly something we can discuss through the financing policy and the long-term plan. Andrew Bean didn't accept any of these options at all. Judith Stanley is attached. So the website includes strategies engaged to keep rates down, does not include enterprise investment or business development. So certainly a concern in that space. There was talk of both the Grainstall Gallery and the Whitestone City being unique spaces. What else have we got in here? Speaking of the Geopark, is it a Waitaki District Council or Civic Trust absorbing that? And UNESCO status is nice to have. And again, just reiterating at this stage, that's not in the budget for us. And I don't believe that the Civic Trust is paying that either. John Borry is choosing 45. Wants to know what our water rates demand will be in the future, and I think we need to build what that looks like as a Southern Water entity and get that out sooner rather than later. It is something that's being asked a lot, and I think it's an important and fair question. Michael Lilly is wanting no more than 7.5%. He does believe that we've lied to the community at the meeting and wants us all to resign. I'm not sure entirely what he thinks we've lied about, and I guess my only comment would be that we answered the question to all questions to the best of our ability. John Felming would like a lower option. Laurie Farmer, 9%, not 19%. See attached. So he is talking about option 1 being totally unacceptable, but it could be considered reluctantly. Need to look at staffing levels, checks and balances, and basically talking about unsustainable and unaffordable rate increases. Karen Rutherford, council spending on projects has to stop. Name withheld, 27%. Oh, sorry, I've got a few here. John, then Jim.
Yeah, look, it might sound silly, but if they don't want their name to be put out there, I don't think we should have the time to listen to them.
You can take what you will from the submission. Jim.
Well, yes, I mean, my view is, I seem to recall in other instances, this has been a matter that came to councillors rather than decided at officer level. And I'm just, I know there's a problem here, but I think we're entitled to know why a name was withheld. And equally, there's a
I can get that addressed if you will, Councillor Hopkins.
And I think again, I know, look, I see there's a difference of opinion between the approach you'd like to take, Mel, and mine. I believe that one of the problems with local government is basically the lies gone around the world before truth's got its trousers on. And there are so many, if you look at the bad reputation in which we are held, part of it is, in my view, because we don't challenge people on falsehoods and errors. And I am worried in this instance, and there's a reference again in other submissions to the fact that the chief executive either didn't speak at the public meeting or wasn't even there. And I believe we need to correct that. Alex was there, and we should say so. And I further understand that he was asked by us not to say anything. And we should say that as well, if that is correct. Because I'm just tired of the focus on individuals when, in fact, if people are going to criticise the council, do it as a totality, not in that very specific and personal and sometimes spiteful way.
Yeah, I'll ask Mandy first to just comment on the name withheld.
Yeah, thank you, Mel. Just to confirm, the two name withheld submissions that are there, they did actually provide their name in the submission, but they specifically asked that they weren't included in the submission booklet. So on that, guys, it does actually meet our policy, which is if you put an anonymous submission, then it won't be received, but they did provide their details. They've just asked for them for privacy reasons to not include it in the booklet. So it meets our policy.
Thank you.
And I guess in the misinformation side of things and challenging it, I think that I've seen many go out and challenge, and I think that argumentative nature, it's not who I am. I get what you're saying, and I think some things do need to be questioned and responded to. But I also think that we've got a job to do. We need to get on and do it, and we need to not be entering into a tit for tat constantly. When it comes to the CE not addressing the meeting, as you mentioned, the CE was at the meeting. He wasn't instructed not to speak, but we had these conversations, and I don't know if there was a right answer in that, because I think that as mayor and councillors, it is our role to front council, and we have a job to do in that respect, and we are the community's representatives. So we stood up there and did that. I think it would have been quite a different meeting. I think we had a level of discomfort as to what you can do, because I don't think there's a right answer in that one.
Yeah, I expect
And
that.
he's certainly fronted other ones well and put his position out there, but things get very personalised, and I think we as mayor and council have a job to do as well. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you. I guess just going back to the question around names being redacted, and a number of people have spoken to me over the past few weeks about, I guess, their hesitancy to step into this conversation. You know, because there are so many eyes on it. There are so many people following this closely, and those submissions are published on our website with those names on them. And even though the contact details are obviously redacted, you know, it's a small town, people know people. And I think, you know, I've had people tell me that they have not submitted for that reason, because, you know, they're worried. They see the level of negativity that has been surrounding this debate, and they've said that that's actually a reason why they don't want to put their names to a submission, and they haven't submitted as a result, which is sad. But I think we need to be thinking about all of that, and their feedback is important too. And I've certainly taken on board those comments when they've sort of had those conversations to me personally in this wider discussion. But I don't think it's as simple as we should just, you know, if they don't put their name to it, we should just write them off.
I tend to agree. All right, we'll move
you.
now on to the next name withheld. And they're talking about the sale of any non-essential assets, and 45% is ludicrous, but they are voting option 2 as the shortfalls need to be addressed. Merton wants us to live within the income.
Can you use the page number, please?
That was the last page of booklet 1.
Oh, sorry.
And now we move on to part 2. And I'm just going to get myself onto the right page here. What's that? Another wee break? No, I think we need to race on. Sorry, Paul. So just moving past the submissions with no comments, noting that they are captured in our information. So we'll move on to, on my one, it's page 23. I don't know if that's 375. So this is Malcolm Mackenzie. Any rates increase must not include the 9 million water depreciation, as it will transfer to Southern Waters, which is correct, but it doesn't transfer away from our community. Require Whitestone Roading to deliver better profit. Certainly what their intention is. Linda Price, 9% plus water rates on top of that. I guess that is the thing that we haven't been able to do is separate in the next year's budget the water rates portion of things versus the other portions. So, and that would probably make it a little bit clearer where the costs do sit, but that will become really clear, I guess, in 12 months' time. Or just over. Chris Rutherford wants us to let central government step in as they're responsible just as much as council for the mess that we're in. I'd say be careful what we wish for. Chris, not a fan of transformation, and just questions the skill sets that they're seeing on sites as a result. Chloe is looking at 27%, but wants us to stop spending money that we do not have. Rosemary Pound, 9%. Mark Reynoldson is looking for us to invest in commercial opportunities to provide a profit that could offset the cost of other services. So that's a more commercial approach, and we do have our commercial strategy coming to us that we'll have a chance to see what our appetite for stepping into that space is. John Dickey is wanting us to cut spending. None of the options are acceptable. Heather Martin at 19% is too high. Mel Lewis is concerned that people with businesses with leases due obviously pay that privately and they pay that through their business. And with cost of living, we may well see places in town going down or going into debt. So that's something for us to be mindful of. Dawn Brown would be willing to pay 10%, but feel it's still too much. Doesn't think tourism is being dealt with correctly. Should be in-house or in the district. And get staff back into one building. Kate Walsh, 9%. We didn't get into debt overnight and we won't be getting out of it overnight. Helen Henderson, 9% max, reduce council staff and salaries. Janelle Billcliffe, reduce levels of service and looking at 9%. Alina Nakinta, trim the nice to haves. And there was a whole lot around cost of some work that was done, but essentially wanting us to step away from the nice to have, but not essential services that we provide. John Avis, 45, but it has to be in conjunction with a significant financial assistance to those on low and fixed incomes. Howard Saunders, wanting us to align rates increases with CPI. Ewan Kirstens is talking about his property in Moraki and the fact that they are paying over 9,000 in rates with 4,200 that being in sewerage. And there was a scheme there where that community did pay for that themselves. And obviously that has a massive cost implication when it comes to the 10 years of the scheme. I'm not sure where that's at. Perhaps we can have that clarified at some stage. And it might just be to come through to an assets meeting or something just to understand where the payments for the Moraki sewage scheme are at, so that we can respond to those people. Margaret James does not support any of the above options. Believes it should have been a 7 to 9% option in front. Wasn't a big fan of parking meters, but a lot of her discussion was on the rates rebate and the concern she had, and it's probably something for us to delve into as councillors, not today, around the rates rebate scheme of working with Selwyn District Council. She believes she got an answer pretty much straight away as to whether or not she met the criteria, and that it took much longer here and what the issue is. So probably it's just something for us to ask and understand better. And then a number of intersections that she's wanting cameras and things at. Dorothy Saunders, none of the options are acceptable, and wanting a further negotiation with central government for more realistic deals on their charges. Wolf Podgate, probably doesn't understand how the rates percentages work, or what it would mean as such. So wanting more information to residents to make informed decisions. And whether we like or not, the system of taxation that comes from a countrywide model will only work, is the only way to face the looming crisis. So I guess it's just looking at that big picture and saying that there's a countrywide issue going on here, which I'd probably agree with. Mary McNamara, none of the above, and don't have rubbish collection. Ged Pound, none of the above. Money is tight, stop spending essentially, and do some actual work. Dorothy Dixon, 9%, where the option has gone, and cost of living crisis, how will this help me continue to live? Robin Nind is talking 45. Times are tough, we need to tighten belts, and just essentially that we need to make sure there's a lot of nice to haves, they believe, and things need to be held to account. Norm Robinson doesn't support options and believes the NOIC loan should be returned, not rolled over, especially with the payouts. I'm not sure what the timeframe's on that, but I'm sure at some stage we'll talk about them when they come due. Bev does not support any of the options. Margaret Ann Curry, option is 9%. Reduce spending, staff cuts, and no more community grants from Whitestone Roading. And us listening to ratepayers, not the government, which can be easier said than done at times. Eric Vanderspeck is talking 45, need to stop kicking the can and fund replacements for future generations. Sandra Harper doesn't support any of the options, and is talking about the accountability for the debt accrued, and that essentially it's through unnecessary spending. And I guess it is just trying to unpack what that debt has really been made up of, because it is all, or majority is things that our community have needed us to spend money on. But you're talking about reducing staff numbers, leased vehicles, that kind of thing. Jacinta MacGyver, they live in a rural location, and so they are questioning the amount they actually get for their ratepayers for their rates, and where it goes, and basically doesn't believe that 45% more is fair option. Trim the fat essentially, and she wanted to lose the will to live after 20 seconds of listening to the mayor and councillors' explanations. So I'm sorry about that. Deborah and Francis is opposing the amounts that have been suggested, and just wants us to reconsider the scale of these increases. Jade Hopkinson does not agree with any of the amounts, reduce the amount of employers, stop leasing properties and unnecessary projects. get rid of the stadium is too much overhead. Stephen Carter should have given 9% option. Didn't because everyone would have voted for that. Yes, they possibly would have. Fiona S is looking at 19%. They're 2D now though, and that doesn't include rubbish. And concerned about needing to sell. Craig Brett, wanting to understand how we got in this position. We were in a good position, financial position previously. I guess it's the unpacking of where that debt came from and what it's for, which we have got in some places. In My Hill, none of the above. They believe council has changed almost overnight and we're sort of moving in the direction up from what I'm taking of West Auckland killing part of the town. Certainly not the intention. It's not run by big city people and ideas, it's run by community representatives. But yeah, essentially, I guess just wanting us to have small town answers for smaller town problems. Irene Santiago does not like any option. There's no time to increase taxes, well, not times to increase taxes, and the money given to Geopark, it does not protect the ecosystem or biodiversity, and again, just that's not in the budget this year. I'm gonna pass it over to Hannah for a wee while to save her voice. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, we're up to Gillian Thorne. Option she's supporting is the 19%. Just talks about hardship and affordability issues for the family, but also from a professional stance, just looking at the concern for those vulnerable in our community. Also identifying that there is an increase in people withdrawing their KiwiSaver for hardship reasons. So that's probably one of the trends and patterns that we might be seeing, just to kind of take note of. Okay, Emily Hudson, supportive of the 19%. There's discussion there around the expectation of pensioners, the extra pressure on fuel, and then also just the overall cost of living that is increased. Okay, Hamish and Kathy Barons. So they're just referencing an article in the ODT on the 7th of May, also wanting to select the 9% rates increase option. And then there's a comment there around the contribution to potential homelessness. Ryan Puller, supportive of 19%. Again, there's a lot of commentary within these the submissions around the cost of living, affordability, hardship. So there's a lot of the common themes that are coming through through this. There's also a comment around amalgamation. David Duff. Yes.
There's a number of people who in their submissions make reference to curbside collection or bins, and a number of them seem to think that this is a service that could and would be provided free. In my view, if we're going to have the conversation with the community about this, we need to do two things: point out how the efficacy of work and the fact that their separation at source is actually a more successful recycling approach than chucking everything into one bin. And the other thing is, if we are going to add this to our suite of services, people need to know that it's going to cost between 2 and 4 million more on the rates, depending on how many towns in the district are serviced. So, I mean, it's not as though it's, oh, yes, we'll do that and it won't cost you an extra cent. It will cost a very considerable amount of money.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. That's a good point. I think it raises I guess the thinking that the community have in terms of the levels of service and the expectation of things they can visibly see. You know, like is meaningful and important to them, but it's a good point that you've raised. It has been discussed a number of times previously, including the expense, you know, like of bringing that in-house or considering what the options are. But it obviously is you know, like a touch point for members of the community that we should acknowledge through this submission. And then also through David Duff's commentary, just acknowledging Councillor Deputy Mayor Ryan's comment that all AP annual plan submissions will be read by council and taken seriously. So we can assure you that we're going through them, one at a time. Okay, Michael Wall. Okay, just complaining in general, really. But in terms of, it makes comments around just the affordability as well. And then just the proportion of our personnel in terms of, the population within our district. Yes, Councillor Lewis.
I think it's worth noting there's quite often a comparison drawn between the number of staff that we have here versus Timaru, but Timaru does have more staff. However, our district is about 2.5 times the size of the Timaru district. And the very fact that servicing a larger area does actually require a larger number of people, I don't think should be lost. It's not having people for the sake of it. It's a fact that you can drive easily for 2 hours in the Waitaki district and still be in the Waitaki district. So we've got a large infrastructure to take care of. And potentially, if you're at the other end of the district, it's going to take you twice as long as to get there as if it was closer. So I don't think we should not acknowledge that part of it. But I don't think we should get caught up so much in the population number, but rather the size of the district that needs to be serviced.
Yeah, thank you for that. Good point. Linton Winder opting for the 27%, but also acknowledging no one wants an increase in rates. But they're actually acknowledging council to have the courage to identify and deal with the problem that's been building up for at least a decade. So yeah, there's just some commentary there and not keen to kick this issue down the road. Okay, Shannon McDonald. Not supportive of either of the increased options. Talks about some transparency. Also interested in terms of some deeper dive considerations with our expenditure. Okay, Tanya Noldret. Also talks about expenditure as well. There's also a comment there around the rubbish, as well as what Councillor Hopkins had talked about before. And then just looking at working within our means. Grace Baldwin opting for the 27%, whilst not agreeing with any of the options. Yeah, just looking at the tighter budgets, reduced unnecessary spending should be one of our priorities. Julia Larkin, supported 19%. Yeah, discussion around hardship and affordability. And also the cost of living and fuel prices making things very difficult. So that is definitely acknowledged. Bronwyn Bachelor, just discussion or commentary about the options not being financially viable for the community. looking at accountability within our council and just looking at some of the government reforms that councils have been forced to comply with. So there's some acknowledgement there. Tracy Metternich, supportive of 7.5%. And then there's also another comment there around recycling and rubbish collection. Bridget Costa, supportive of no more than 7% increase. And again, just some comments around affordability. Christy Mewett, commenting that even 19% is very challenging. Needs to consider a different model that's more appropriate for the community. Elsa Hayes.
Yes, question.
Yes, Councillor Hopkins.
Her reference or her claim that the botanical gardens are being scaled back in favour of overpriced toilets, parking meters and high staff costs. I'm not aware of any intention to do that. And certainly nothing's been brought to elected members for their consideration, and that's very definitely happened in the past. Can officers shed any light on that assertion?
There's been absolutely no decision to scale back the investment in the gardens. In fact, the investment is targeted at maintaining the garden of national significance rating that we've achieved. So it's really have no idea where that impression could come from.
Sorry, yes, Councillor McCone.
Again, there is some misinformation and things else, but I think the common theme when it goes to the bottom line is control day-to-day spending versus needs versus wants, budgets, communications, and going back to the basics and doing them well. I think that seems to be a theme coming through all the time.
Yes, no, definitely good point. And then just acknowledging businesses also finding it hard. Okay, Melissa Harvey, supportive of the 19%. And again, around hardship, affordability. Ian Carter. Okay, talks about a large user on the Herbert Wainakarua scheme that has experienced approximately 300% increase in the water charges. So you're just acknowledging the hardship that our rural communities are experiencing. Did you have a comment, Councillor Thally?
Yeah, Ian's talked to me about this, and as a significant concern, it was what I mentioned earlier. We've got to be very careful about how we apply the increases across the district to those that are already paying a lot. Make sure we don't put our economic basis of our entire district at risk.
I concur with that, and it's the point I made earlier about the same thing. We just got to be very careful where we put that number and how we apply it.
That was also raised at the Waihemo community meeting, but I think we were going to try and get some information on our website if it was possible.
Yeah, and I think there's very strong sentiment from our rural community, just to acknowledge. Mr. Hope, did you have something to add?
Yeah, no, it was sorry, a comment about his particular circumstance. I mean, I think it was, it was the upgrade of the scheme. He's close enough to essentially be on the rural scheme rather than he's on the urban scheme rather than a rural scheme. So yeah, sort of not a surprise.
I think his main point was he just wanted the visibility of what the increase was going to look like as well. It wasn't only the affordability aspect. But another point he raised that the water services will have to grapple with, and this is why the rural is being treated differently, is he's a good example of someone who's got a stream not far away, and that could be quite a lot of volume won't be being paid for if he's able to find an alternative to the treated water.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, councillor Schlack.
Yeah, this goes towards my question to Ms. Nichols only yesterday, and what I can gather from the response is that it is very complicated to answer that question for each individual ratepayers, how any rate rise is going to be applied, because we have so many different schemes and different areas that we pay off. Is that, I don't know how to answer that, because I think there is, well, maybe you want to have a go at it, but there is umpteen different ways of applying any rate rise for that matter, and that's going to be very difficult to deal with. And I can foresee there's going to be many questions after the rate rises have been applied and sent out from our ratepayers, as in, well, how did you arrive at that number?
Thank you for that, councillor. Councillor McCone, did you have any? Okay. All right, but it's something just to take into consideration, I think, around the equity of the spread of the costs, not necessarily individual types of cases, but it's important that they share their experience for us to have an understanding of, yeah. Our rural councillors are on fire this afternoon supporting their districts. It's very good. Okay, so Tim and Anita Walton are supportive of the 19%, whilst unhappy at the size of the increases is the option that they've opted for. Jeanette McKenzie.
Yes. A very minor matter, perhaps. We have her assertion or implication that we haven't redirected better off funding to water services is not correct. We haven't necessarily redirected at all, but we have directed some, and she should be told so. Equally, we haven't funded mower statues. I think the only one that has gone up recently was on the Cape, and that was entirely paid for by community fundraising.
There was a better off funding project for community. There was a better off funding project for community revitalisation that had some painted mowers and a walking art trail.
Well, a painted mower is not a statue.
Okay. Lynn Johannes, opting for the 19%. Quite disappointed, but they've still opted for that consideration to sell off some of our assets to help reduce debt. And has this been explored? So that's something that we are just looking into all of the options. So thank you, Lynn. Devilled Beatus, opting for 19%. Okay, quite upset about where the situation is at, which is acknowledged. Consider the 9% as an option because ratepayers will prefer to take that one. Okay, so they're just looking at us to really deeply consider cutting our costs and encouraging us to do a good job of doing that. Okay, Bevan James McCulley.
Yes, again, Madam Chair, we've got to refute falsehoods, and this is someone else who says, I also found it unacceptable that the CE was not in attendance to answer questions. We should tell Mr. McCulley that is absolutely untrue.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. I think you just did. All right. I'm just mindful of our time. I don't want to rush through these submissions, but we've got a whole heap of them to get through. Melissa Yokney, it's a nice lengthy narrative. That's there, appreciating that councils are facing significant financial pressures and talks about infrastructure, debt servicing. Also acknowledging the 45% option is presented as a way to clear the debt, but also acknowledging the challenges around it as well.
Thank you, Hannah. Moving on to Craig Conlon, who does not support the three options, and basically wants us to have an urgent independent forensic budget review and full disclosure of the Three Waters program. And I guess it's fair to say that will come through in the water services delivery plan. Be quite clear on what we are spending the funding on and why. So Kelly Manson, three options are too high, and essentially that the 9% should have been an option. And also discussing the grain store gallery and writing a submission in support of Donna Demente's submission. Moving on to Leanne Miller, who has put 19, said that even 19% is too hard, and just speaks about the struggle with mortgage rates and everything that is part of that struggle on 40 hours a week. So Simon Lawrence, asking us to cut costs wherever we can and consider delaying replacing vehicles or looking towards the 1% loan of the government for EV vehicles paid off in 5-year period. I'm not sure what the options are around that, but certain it's something we can have as one of our thinkings around our vehicle fleet. And also trimming the amount of staff. So Otto Dodstrom, essentially that local government reform could help us achieve the goal of delivering things the most cost-effective way for our communities. For that point, I think we need to be conservative in spending and advocating for 19%, and looking for suitable partners to merge with. Councillor McCone.
Yeah, this hasn't been mentioned before, and I think it's also something we should take into consideration when we are working out what we've got to do. Otto, I think, raised some very good points in there that, yes, we can do everything outside the square, but there's another square we haven't even approached yet, and I think we should take that in mind as we carry on.
I'm not sure that we haven't approached it, but we're in the process of approaching, but yeah, take your point. Moving on to Nolene Bean, 9%. And just speaking of the mostly retired people that Wamaru is made out of, and fixed incomes and how challenging it is for a rise like that. Pauline Thwaites is talking 7%. She does not support the other options. It's causing poverty, and she's a senior citizen that is really struggling to pay that, and is talking about selling assets like the Stadium Art Gallery. Moving on to Catherine Harvey at 27%, who that's reluctant, but the only sustainable choice. And essentially that we need to, it was talking about the long-serving career councillors that voted for 2% rate rise despite the facts facing them. So basically just saying that this has been something that has come over many years. Councillor Thelner.
Yeah, that's I'd agree with that, but there's also it's not the only factor. Probably the biggest single factor would be the central government requirements, and I'd refer back to Otto's one as well, where the length of time over which this big capital spend is required is that's the single biggest factor in our rate rise. But yeah, Catherine is also right about there's been ongoing deficits there too, which is the bit that we've got to own too.
Yep, absolutely. Moving on to Peter Durus, who is advocating for 0% along with a survey of what areas can be cut. Jocelyn Durus, who is looking at a 7 to 9% increase as per the draft or the long-term plan, and asking if it's fair and reasonable within the cost of living crisis. David Dixon, looking for the 9% option, and just the struggle at the moment with the cost of things. Raymond Bowl,
Just a question. Are people able to submit twice? I mean, the bowl here, the wording is very similar to that by another member, well, I'm assuming of the same family, certainly the same surname, BOL. No flights of fancy and fancy, get rid of fuel cards and fancy morning teas. I mean, those are precisely the points previously made by another, or maybe the same person. Is this two submissions from one person?
We can't make a call on whether if they've put it in under another name, whether it's his wife or his husband or partner or otherwise. We don't ring each one to make sure that they're two separate people. We simply can't do that. What we have tried to do though, however, is where we have had multiple submissions from one person, is we've merged their submissions into one submission largely and counted that so that they're not submitting and we're not counting 2% choices, so that's we've tried to do that as much as possible. Unfortunately, it was a fairly quick turnaround, so there's some limits to what we could screen through.
and I think just in that tight turnaround, which has been the same for our ratepayers that are responding to this, there has been some shared messaging in a number of these ones, but I don't think it necessarily takes away from the sentiment. So we'll move on to Linda Thompson, who's talking 7 to 10% being more manageable. Yvonne McKenzie, no more than 10%, talking about us being lean and trying to find non-rating sources. Coldy Bowl, he's not real happy and is a little bit personalised in his response, basically questioning the affordability of the options. Marianne Holston, unaffordable, far too high with cost of living. Heather Matchin, who this is supplementary information from an original submission. Certainly got a lot on our backs with coalition government throwing a whammy. Amalgamation 3 months or else. She's talking about being prepared to pay the 47 to get us out of debt as long as it saves money and used wisely. But many people are wondering how we got from the plus to the minus so rapidly. And I think that's fair. Ian Davis is talking about country folk not being keen on amalgamation from the start, and I'm guessing that's the Waitaki County Council to other councils. He's possibly not going to be keen on what we've got in front of us either, but do take the point on what he's saying. You know, the loss of, I guess the local voice is a big part of that, and it's been seen before, and there's a risk it may be seen again that we need to work on trying to protect Councillor McCone.
I think you've just said that in your last sentence. It's a history lesson that we probably should learn from a little bit, that some things that we've taken on are not necessarily the best for the district, and we could learn from a bit of grey here and a bit of common sense.
You're not wrong. There's quite a bit in this submission and a fair bit of detail in it too, and I think it's some learning curves to be read through this here. But essentially opting for the 27% while being a heavy burden, just basically looking at how we work through these issues. So Roseanne Sheridan is very concerned. And is concerned the 9% option wasn't there. And yeah, a fair bit of discussion through that one on just how we serve the people, and as servants of the people needing to be held to account. And I absolutely take that on board. I think that's important, and we do take that very seriously, and we take the situation here very seriously. And what is important, he tangata. It is people, and she's right. Abby Murrell, the options are too high, essentially, and there's no magical answer that she has, but increasing rates above inflation is not workable. Rion Welsh, none of them are acceptable, and is calling for 9% being the top increase. Alison Phillips Vira is afraid that an increased high of 19 would lead to further rent increases, which is probably a fair concern. Tiffany Meiger, that the region cannot afford 19%. We're a low wage economy with not a lot of growth. Melissa McRae doesn't want to pick any of the options at all. Cara Corey, sorry. 3 options, hoping we'd choose 19%. And I think it's more about us walking through what those 3 options do if you all buy. And talk. She's saying that most places got 3 to 7%, and that's certainly where we've sat for the majority of the last 10 years. But we are talking about the unsustainability of that. But yeah, she is concerned about homelessness and pensioners not being able to afford bills. So it's calling for cuts to jobs and spending to try and show that we're taking this seriously. Heather Ormondy is looking at 9% being the option, and just being concerned particularly around our older population. Marcus Brown, looking at 10% plus proportional increased savings in council and staff. So yeah, not a fan of the position, and must-have projects have been supported where nice to have, we're not essential. So gallery, event centre, geopark. Obviously the gallery, that does have ongoing staffing costs, but the project itself was done outside of Ratepayers funding, and we've talked today geopark. Peter Boyce, 19% is too high, and questioning job adverts and just wanting us to be aware of what is being advertised and are they needed, essentially, and wanting to make sure we put this submission forward and it's not a box ticking exercise. Heather Hunter votes for 7 to 9%, and just looking at the costs of things when people are buying a home and feeling like this is going to make that unaffordable for people. Tim Mueller, none are acceptable. Minimal amount, say 4 or 5% increases, and where there's shortfalls, a user pay scheme to be introduced. Tan Beatrice, aggressive cutback on non-core services. Can we generate revenue from existing assets like Whitestone City to charge for tour groups? They do charge for tour groups at the moment. Art gallery hire charges, I think that there is higher options available in that. Camper vans parking at Eden Street car park for free. That is a conversation we certainly could have. Owen and Gilly King, we're wanting more than 9% conversation, and just questioning how people on fixed incomes can pay these increases. Liz Testig, as Moraki ratepayers who holiday there, they believe they're paying enough as it is, and they already pay their own sewage scheme, sorry. Michael Payne, 7% as originally indicated, and believes this is an overspend problem. Anne-Marie Hayderich, line by line inspection of council spending. And essentially just concerned about children and grandchildren with whatever decisions are made. And that's certainly fair, and that's where that line between affordability now as well and the long-term affordability needs to be taken into account. If we're not charging what we're paying for now, then we will be loading up our children and grandchildren. But that being said, understand that there's also a call there for us to tighten our belt wherever we can. Nicola Robb is talking 19%, basically saying New Zealand and Waitaki have neglected basic services and doing expensive, nice to have projects that are unaffordable. So essentially talking about cutting things right back. Is it Doltov? Please keep future rate increases to an absolute minimum, and does support the amalgamation of councils. Jane Hewitt at 27%, wanting whatever will put us in a position to achieve the best amalgamation proposal, and basically better bargaining chips for us moving into the future conversations. Nicola Coombs is talking no more than 8 to 10%, and talking about the increases over the years. And charging farmers properly for their water use, which I'd say the farmers would question that they haven't been charged properly for their water use. It's not whether I want you to say anything, it's do you want to say anything? We'll leave that one there. Maria Van Chul, 19% is not okay. People are struggling. Tim Blackler, who's got quite an in-depth one, which has got some really good piece of information. Obviously, he's talking about successive political cycles over the last 15 years. Deliberate unfunding of depreciation is artificially masking the true cost of operating an asset, which is certainly fair. He is making calls for an Aoraki unitary. I guess I'm keen at this stage to look at what all our options are, but that certainly is one of them. So just open to his thoughts on that one. He is very much saying though that moving into Aoraki water, Aoraki kind of future, that we should also be looking at shifting our southern water conversation north, and I think that ship has sailed, for want of a better term. Councillor McCone.
Yes, while we may not all agree with what he's put there, he's got some very good points. So I think we should actually take some of them out and actually pursue them. Yeah, I think very sound thinking behind some of them.
And yeah, he's talking a bit around how we partner better for interagency work, things like project reclaim, and he's talking about backloads on that kind of thing. But I think that whole general how we partner with our community on things to try and make things more affordable and work for both is a way of working that we want to do as much as possible. Was there anything else that anyone particularly wanted to raise in that one? Councillor Hopkins.
Just very briefly, and for the record, I was the councillor who used the initials NOP, not our problem, but it had nothing whatsoever to do with unfunding depreciation. The point I was trying to make, and I make it still, if there is an impost and an unwelcome additional cost to consumers, then that issue and any solution of it must sit with Parliament. They've created the problem. They've got to come up with the solutions. They've given us no options that enable us to offer relief for our residents. And therefore, I don't think we should reference it, because we should be constantly and repeatedly saying to the parliamentarians, this is your solution, your problem, you need to fix it.
Now, just while we're paused there for a moment, we've obviously got quite a bit still ahead of us, and I think it is still important to go through these one at a time. I know it's time consuming, but I think it shows that we have read them, and I think it's a really important thing for us to be doing. We are going to need to find another bit of time to work through these, and maybe probably testing the room a little bit. It might be an online meeting so that we don't have to try and bring everyone physically into the building again. And obviously it needs to be a public meeting. Maybe it can be, if it's an online meeting, something we record and put it onto the website rather than trying to find a time that works. I don't know in a governance sense if that's okay, or if we need to advertise things, or how that might work. I'm probably putting you on the spot a little bit here. Sorry, Ali. Don't know if there's anyone else that can.
So what you'd do is you would adjourn this meeting to a future date. So you have got the ability to adjourn it. That's fine. I'm not sure when that date is going to be. Given that we've got key directions next Tuesday, if we're going to keep to the timetable to agree the annual plan within statutory timeframe. So you need to be looking at some time this week, and obviously I know there's other commitments this week.
Yes, there is. Do we need to, when we adjourn it, offer the time that we'll be picking it back up in the motion?
I don't think it's going to be possible to select that time now, so we'd need to do some work on that, but we would need to communicate that to the community as to when you're adjourning it to, but we'd have to do that after the meeting.
My feeling would be, as long as we gave members of the public the number of days notice that we're required to, then we don't have to specify when that will be now, I don't think.
If it's an adjournment, you're not giving notice, but I think it's our duty to communicate to the community when we've adjourned it too. And obviously it will be recorded, so any members of the community can watch it afterwards if it's a time not suitable for them.
So what we'll do is we'll take this a little bit offline, the when conversation, and work out a time that works for most councillors, because I know that sort of is an out of the blue request, and it could potentially be afternoon/evening or something like that. But I think online might be the best option in front of us, so that we can all still work through. It will be a little bit tougher to manage. But yeah, we'll take it offline, and we'll get a new time and a link up, and it might just be a recording, but at least it'll still be available to the public at the end of that, for us to get this finished before we move into Tuesday's direction setting. So we'll come back to that one. And I guess we can use, well, if I adjourn the meeting at this stage, I think is probably fair, and we will work on a date and get it to as soon as we can. Councillor McCone.
How many have we got left?
On this booklet, we have about 100 pages left, and then we have booklet 3, which has approximately 270 pages left, and then we have another handout which has, I'm not sure how many, 27 more submissions. So we've probably got a good few hours ahead of us.
And there are also 4 late submissions, which you need to consider whether to accept as well, which are in that same bundle.
Yeah, so we're over halfway, I'd say just. but some of it is grouped and it's one conversation around some of the ones that have a lot of support that we need to work out how we discuss, and I think that's going to be part of that next meeting. So because there's quite similar points right through that, that may be something that we don't necessarily need to take one by one, but I think we do need to acknowledge the sheer numbers of support that are coming through. So I will adjourn it at this stage, and we will, as soon as we can, put some details up on when we will be re-meeting as a group. But thank you all for your time. And councillors, don't go away just yet while we work out what we're doing. Thank you.